week discussing how can we get off to a fast start. Well, you don't get out to much of a faster start than returning the opening kickoff of the game. It's a dream start, as you said, and man, you just don't draw it up much better than that.
Groupie able to add the extra point. The Saints will take a 7-0 lead. After the touchdown, it's Groupie to kick this one away. And no chance to return this one. Through the end zone for a touchback. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. First carry for one of the league's best workhorses, Derrick Henry. And he finds some daylight. Up past the 35-yard line, a pickup of 7. Here's 2nd and 3 to go. From the gun, Jackson. Going up top and looking for Andrews. Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger, with the good coverage, and there to get a handoff.
They told us this week they were going to try to come out fast, and tell you what, that's exactly what they did. Put immediate pressure on this secondary and let them know, hey, all game long today, you better defend every blade of grass because we're coming out firing. And even though that ball falls incomplete, it goes a long way in setting up the rest of this game plan as the game unfolds.
And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down.
So the defense comes out in a cover 2 shell. And what that means, Mike, is the 2 safeties are going to split the field in half. One guy has one half, and the other guy has the other. There are abilities to get down the middle of the field, especially if you have speed. But really where you can attack it is they don't have enough guys to defend all of the underneath zones. And if you run the right concepts with the right quarterback, you can pick them apart.
They convert with a gain of 15.
Say what you want about this group, Mike, but they certainly aren't scared. I mean, not only to go for it on 4th down, but the quarterback decides to throw that ball into double coverage and somehow still resulted in them being able to extend this drive.
Here's the toss, right side to Henry. Running with authority, pushes his way forward for a pickup of 6. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. Off the play fake, Jackson. This one intercepted. Picked off by Paulson Adebo. And he's going to bring this one back the distance. Touchdown, New Orleans. On comes Blake Groupie for the PAT. The kick is good. And the Saints will extend their first quarter lead It's now 14-0. After the touchdown, it's Groupie to kick this one away. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Now Jackson. He runs with it.
Nothing open here downfield. I think it's a good job just getting to the edge, getting something positive, getting out of bounds.
Second and 7. In the shotgun, here's Jackson. Down the field, he's got Aguilar. And he's going to be taken down at the 30-yard line.
This defense just gets punched in the mouth on that one, Mike, and it just seemed from up here that not everyone on defense was on the same page, and the offense was able to take advantage of it. The defense has to clean things up here in a hurry, because if they don't, they could be in for a long day.
They'll run it on 1st down with Henry. Not much to speak of on that one. Maybe a gain of a yard. It's 2nd down. They'll go again here with Henry. And he will get forward for about 5 yards. That sets up 3rd down. So they'll talk over what to do on this 3rd down play as we have hit the end of the 1st quarter. 14-0 is our score. More from New Orleans after this. Here's a 3rd down and 4. On the handoff, it's Henry.
Well, we have an early decision here, Mike. How aggressive does this coach want to be on this 4th down try? I think you got to keep your offense out there. You have a prime opportunity to take the fight to them, extend this drive, and hopefully be able to come away with points.
Field goal unit on the sideline. They'll line up to go for it on 4th down. They'll try to sneak it here. And he's going to have the Ravens 1st down. They managed to convert. That'll keep the drive alive.
Pretty simple here, Mike. Every team, they have this sheet up in the box. It's their own analytics telling them when to go for it, when not to go for it. And in this spot, their metrics say go for it, sneaks the call, 1st down.
Set to go now on 1st and 10. On the give, here's Henry. And good blocking up front, paving the way for a gain of 8 on the ground. We'll come to the line now on 2nd and 2. Jackson gonna keep it himself. He's going nowhere. Gonna lose yardage on that play. Two minutes to go here till halftime. We're back to New Orleans after this. Here's a 3rd down and 4. On the option, they give it to Henry. And the Ravens are going to be set up with a 1st and goal. It's a nice run there. It gets them down to the 6. Here's a run. He'll be wrapped up there down at the 3-yard line. New Orleans 3rd and final timeout. And they'll get together prior to this 2nd down play. Again, it'll be Henry. And he'll go down back at the 4-yard line.
And now with that stop on 2nd and goal, the defense really flips the advantage to their own favor. 3rd and goal from this length. I think now they can play a lot more pass-heavy defense and not be so concerned with the run game.
Line of scrimmage to the 4. It's 3rd down and goal. Now it's Jackson. To the pylon, he's in. Lamar Jackson. Touchdown, Ravens. The defense comes up with the coverage, but they cannot keep up with the speed as the quarterback scrambles to the end zone for the touchdown.
And down here in the red zone, Mike, is where I think a quarterback's legs can be the most dangerous. The defenders are trying to match backs, match tight ends and receivers, but often it's the quarterback that has no one assigned to him, and in this case, he's able to capitalize and run it in himself.
Out there is Tucker, and he'll kick this one away after the touchdown was scored. Shaheed now to return it. He's to midfield. Still on the move. And they finally get him down, but not before he's inside the 20. What a return.
All right, so if you're going to be a kick returner in the National Football League, you need these two things: balance, vision, and yes, speed doesn't hurt too much either. And all three of those were evident there. I mean, what a return that was to set his guys up, starting this drive inside the red zone.
So they come to the line for first down and 10. Quick throw on the RPO. It's Hill. A very nice open field tackle there. He could not get free and gains nothing. He'll try again here. Second and 10. Carr working out of the gun. And he'll just bite the bullet and throw this one away. That was a good idea. He didn't force anything there. But now it's going to bring up third down. Here comes Blake Groupie for this field goal try. It'll be a 35-yard attempt. Groupie's kick is good. And the Saints can tack on 3 more, extending the lead here late in the first half.
And that's a really nice boost here before the break. I mean, you work the clock well, you're able to steal some points. The biggest thing is you're able to build a little momentum now going into the locker room at halftime.
They didn't leave much time on the clock to put together a drive here at the end of the first half. And the kickoff's coming their way. Hardy now with the return. And they'll get this up past the 20, and that's where they'll set up shop. So first and 10 now. They'll start from the 22. Back to throw, Jackson. Now, deep ball for Bateman. Oh, the defender able to get his head around and intercept it. It's the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu. And he will be brought down on what will be the final play here in this first half. So we have a 10-point game here at halftime. As we'll head over to Orlando. Standing by there, Jonathan Coachman. He has the EA Sports halftime report. Coach. All right, Coach, second half, drawing near. Glad to have you back with us here on EA Sports. Both teams ready to get back at it as we get back underway here on EA Sports. Here comes a return from the goal line. Good coverage by the kicking team. He's out of bounds, shy of the 20. Here's first and 10. Jackson now. That's downfield, and he's got Andrews, his tight end. A pickup there of 28 yards.
Whatever they've talked about in the locker room at the halftime break seems to have worked. They've come out with a new established energy. You could see it when they took the field. Now this offense seems to be building on it because with that chunk play, just a little bit of rhythm that they can build off of. They got a long way to go to get back into this game, but so far off to a good start.
They'll work straight ahead with Henry. And that'll be good for about a half dozen. It'll set up second down. Now a toss play with Henry.
Simple play to call, but complex to execute. A toss play is beautiful, Mike, when a team hits it like they just did. We can see why they're a fan in the toss. Healthy game, and they pick up the first down.
On play action, here's Jackson. He's got his tight end likely downfield. And he's into the end zone. Isaiah Likely. Touchdown, Baltimore. Now Jackson and the Ravens will try to tack on two more. Bateman is the motion man. Oh, he doesn't put it away, and the ball's out. The Saints have got it. And he is not going to get in. Stop on the try for two. The lead remains right where it is. Out there is Tucker, and he'll kick this one away after the touchdown was scored. Shaheed now to return it. And their drive will begin at the 30-yard line. First and 10. From the shotgun, it's Carr. Throw right side to Olave. And he's going to get this one out to the 43-yard line. First down throw for Carr. To the left side, in the hands of Hill. And he'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3. They face second down and 7. Here's Carr. This one on target to Olave. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up third down. Carr. And that is incomplete.
Little miscommunication there. Now brings up third down. It just doesn't appear that the quarterback and the wide receiver were on the same page on that last pass.
The punter remains on the sideline. They're going to line up and go for it on fourth down. They do indeed snap it as they'll try and throw. He's got his man. It's Hill. And he is going to have the Saints first down. They find a way to convert on 4th and 10.
I just love the feel this tight end has, Mike, for the defense when they play zone coverage. Certain guys, they want to run routes like they're lines on a piece of paper, and they end up going from uncovered space to covered space, but not the case here. He knew he was open. He knew he was in the right spot. He stayed open. The quarterback delivered a good ball.
So, 3 quarters now in the books. Back with more after the break. You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. On the ground for the first time, this is Alvin Kamara. And that's the way you want to run it on 1st down. A gain of 7. They're going to go right back to Kamara. Good running there. He's got the 1st down inside the 30. They'll go again here with Kamara. And good blocking up front, paving the way for a gain of 8 on the ground. Now Kamara. And the Saints are going to have a 1st and goal coming up. They try to finish off this drive with 6 points. They'll run here with Kamara. A short game, down to the 7. 2 minutes remain in the 4th quarter. We'll come back and finish this one off after this. Try it again here from the 7-yard line, 2nd down and goal. In motion is Hill. Again, it'll be Kamara. And he keeps the legs moving, able to get it down inside the 5. And quickly, the clock stops again. Defense taking the timeout. $1:54 to go. The last drive yielded 3. They'd like more. Let's see what happens on 3rd and goal. They'll try and run. Here's Kamara. And he's so close to breaking the plane, but the official's going to come in and mark him short. So now it's 4th down. It's the quarterback with a sneak. And he's not going to get there. They stopped him at the goal line. It's a turnover on downs.
You give your offense a chance to close this game out. If they pick up the 1st down, this game is over. But now, after the defensive stop, we're starting to see some signs of life on that other sideline.
They'll drop to throw. Aguilar able to make the catch. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. Back near his goal line, Jackson. And that could be the dagger. It's intercepted. Picked off by Paulson Adebo.
Philadelphia is known for having some very vocal fans, and nearly 70,000 of them are letting their voices be heard already. Welcome inside Lincoln Financial Field. Jake Elliott is out and ready to kick this one away. And we're underway from Philadelphia. Short kick, just reaching the landing zone. And it's a nice return here. They'll tackle him shy of the 35. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10. Carr starting with a throw. This is reeled in by Taysom Hill. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. It's a pickup of 14 yards as the chains reset.
You'll often hear it said, in my life experience, it's true, the NFL is a game of matchups, so much more than any level. And these tight ends, we see it time and again, are such a matchup nightmare down the field.
Carr now on 1st and 10. Catch made by Alvin Kamara. And he pushes this down to the 42 before going down. Give him 11 yards, Brock, and a fresh set of downs.
And those are the completions they rely on from their passing game.
They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. From the shotgun, Carr. This one's taken in by Hill. And he's going to be taken down a yard shy of the 25. It's a great pickup, 16 yards, and now they've got 1st down. Putting the tight end in motion. This is Alvin Kamara with it. He'll drive it forward, but won't get beyond the line. Nakobe Dean in on the tackle. No gain there that time, and it's 2nd and 10.
As that linebacker makes that tackle right in the middle of the field, all I'm thinking about right now, Kate's training camp. Because that's the middle drill right there. That is textbook. What you do in training camp, coming to life when it matters.
And he has the catch, gets both feet in, that's a touchdown! The Saints take a 6-0 lead on their opening drive. So that right there, Brock, exactly what you want to start off a contest.
Opening drives are such tone setters. You come out flat as a group, maybe go 3 and out. Sometimes there's a carryover effect, but here they were sharp, they were crisp, and they grabbed the early lead.
His kick is good, for the moment at least, as we've got a flag down on the field. I think they're going to get him for hitting the kicker. So after some careful consideration, they're going to go ahead and decline the penalty. Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. Kickoff taken at the 3. He lost the football. And the fumble recovery is made. And they stop him before he gets much on the return.
Just look at everyone flying down the field. And when they fly down the field, they got 2 things in mind, Kate. Number 1, get the returner down. And number 2, separate the ball if you can. It's rare that it happens, but it sure is exciting when it does.
No progress on 1st down, and that'll bring up 2nd and 10.
Stopped right at the line, but might as well have been a loss of yards as far as the offense is concerned. It's always humbling when you try force versus force, and the defense wins out.
Bails out of the pocket quick. Play didn't break how they wanted it, and he throws this away.
You know, it looked like things fell apart a little bit as he left the pocket, just not on the same page with his targets as they adjusted their routes. And that's really what led to the incompletion.
Carr throwing on third. Buys time, rolling right. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means fourth down coming up.
You know, it's a point of emphasis in practice each and every week, no matter where we go. How are we going to attack the coverage on third down? Well, they chose the wrong play off that call sheet that time.
Mickey kick is good. And that will add to their score.
Well, nothing to critique there. Good snap, good hold, and he puts it through to pay off the drive with 3 points.
Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. Return starts from the goal line. Takes it just shy of that end zone. He gets popped quickly. Not a nice feeling or a nice return. They're out and set, 1st and 10.
73.
Right to the air, it's Hurts. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free, incomplete. Well-timed strike by that defender to knock it free. And that'll bring up 2nd down.
You know, that was almost a nice chunk play before he was able to recover and provide the hit that dislodges the football. You like to see that physical edge and scrappiness to contest any kind of shot plays deep.
Hurts trying again on 2nd down. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Ball and defender arrived at the exact same time there. And things look tougher now with 3rd and long. Working across the middle, Brock, it is tough for anybody to make plays through all that mess, even when you're the biggest and baddest pass catcher on the roster.
But as a tight end, you're going to be disappointed because that's what you're paid to do. It's one thing for those undersized receivers you talk about. It's another one for these big tight ends. You are paid to make that catch through contact, and he couldn't do it.
On 3rd down, it's Hurts. Flushed out, trying to get away from the pressure, but he can't, and they drop him. And the defense comes through. That's going to back him up and bring up 4th down.
These quarterbacks are so good with their clock in their head between the tackles. But you get outside the pocket, and you've got to have that same ability. If you hesitate for a second, the defenses with their speed at this level, they'll find a way to bring you to the ground.
So before they can get set and snap, ready now for our 2nd quarter. The Eagles have the football. They've got 4th down, so we should see the punt team on to send it away. On 4th down, Hurts. Oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. Colson Adebo's got it. And it's a touchdown as he brings it back for the pick 6. Well, they had to try something there on 4th down, but that throw played right into what the defense was anticipating, Brock, and they make it hurt that much worse by taking the turnover back for 6.
Hey, I'm all for these great group celebrations, and, you know, I'm not Captain No Fun, but one of these times I'd like to see that player run that football over to the D coordinator who predicted that play was coming and really made the right call to create that opportunity.
A quick chance at redemption after that pick 6 as it's sent away. And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Hurts back to the air after the pick. That pass complete to Goddard. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. Here's Hurts. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Tough one to retain through that hit. And now it's second down. They run it with Saquon Barkley. We'll have him gain about a handful there. That play wrapped up by Demario Davis. Offense in the hurry up here. Barkley gets it on third down. And they get him down after a quality pickup to about the 36. A dose of the hurry up offense here.
63.
Hurts now on fourth. He finds him beyond the marker. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Working quickly here. First down throwing for Hurts. Got a man. Uzama has it. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They rip off a big chunk of field, and it sets them up with first and goal.
Just about every defensive coordinator worth his salt says two things in every production meeting. Number one, well, we got to stop the run. And number two, we got to take away the tight end. Well, good luck doing that. Defending a big guy who can move like that, it's a lot easier to talk about than to go out and execute.
They're going to run with Barkley. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
Good defensive tackles in this league, Kate. They can take up a couple blockers. Great defensive tackles, well, they stuff the stat sheet just like that, knocking that run backwards before it could get started.
From the pistol, Hurts. And he just got it away before the hit, but the pass winds up incomplete. It's going to be third down. Now Hurts. That's into the hands of Barkley. And that play is brought to a halt, they're going to say, at the 5-yard line.
It's plays like that, Kate, right, wrong, where I sit and judge a defense. I judge the awareness. I judge how well that coordinator's got him equipped to see what's going on the field, and not just see it, but attack it. And they devoured that screen game on third down.
Three plays haven't gotten it done. Now a fourth to try to reach that end zone. They motion the tight end over. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. He's got it. And this one stopped at the 3-yard line. And he will not get there. They stop him on 4th and goal. What a stand to force that turnover on downs.
You go for it on 4th down. It's got to be something from the short list of plays you expect to work every time. If that one's on the short list, I think it's got to be reevaluated. Something wasn't working on it, and it cost them the possession.
They're going to start on the ground with Kamara. And he's into the front for a gain of about 2.
This close to your own goal line, they really don't want to risk a sack. That means, well, one option, run it and buy whatever breathing room you can.
8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down. They'll stick with the ground game here. Give him an even 10 yards on the play. And the Saints are going to have a first down.
Ooh, I like that call. I really like it with those sticks. You can keep them on the sidelines, and you get more than enough to get the first down.
They'll keep this drive moving and come to the line for 1st and 10. Trying the right side. And the defense not caught off guard at all. They track him down after a small gain.
This is one of those real modest gains, Kate, that I like as a call. And it's just a little more variety to your playbook. Makes that defense wonder. Those guys on the other side of the ball think a little bit. This dude's not just a receiver. He may get in the run game as well.
That's halftime of this contest. We'll join both teams in taking a short break. More of the NFL on EA Sports in just a moment. Back from the break, I'm Kate Scott, joined by Brock Heward, and we are just moments away from the beginning of our second half. Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. Returnable from the 2. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Hurts looking to throw. Goddard makes the catch. And he's able to cross the 40 before going out. They pick up 20 yards there. And that's good for an Eagles 1st down.
Well, that's a game that has its roots in preparation during the week. That's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday kind of stuff. Identifying ways to target the coverage and creating opportunities for big completions.
Fits it through the middle. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. Hurts setting up to throw. And a man is there to knock that away.
You know, ball skills are not just a selling point for receivers entering the draft. Teams want defenders, especially in this day and age of the passing game, who can make plays on the ball, too, especially on these deeper throws. He doesn't swat that one away. We could be looking at a huge gain.
He's taking a shot towards the end zone. Big gain downfield. And he's brought down real close to that goal line at the 1. They rip off a big chunk of field, and it sets them up with 1st and goal.
You can't start a fire without a spark. How about a lightning bolt? What a huge gain that totally changes the tone of the drive.
So after that big play, Brock, they need just that final yard here on 1st and goal. Barkley does not get in. His push is stopped just short of that goal line. Offense up to the line fast. Back now, pressure on its way. And he has it in the end zone. Touchdown, Philadelphia. The Eagles cut into the lead coming out of halftime. Well, Brock, you know this better than most. Sometimes these dudes can be a quarterback's best friend, finding the tight end in the end zone for 6.
And it really has been that way for decades when you think about it, Kate. From John Mackey to Tony Gonzalez to Travis Kelce. The position can be such a mismatch when you're throwing for the end zone.
That one right down the middle. And the Eagles cut the lead down to 10. That lead trimmed just a bit, down to 10 points now as the kick is up and away. And the kickoff is into and then out of the end zone. Touchback, this drive starting from the 30. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. They run it from the gun with Kamara. It is charged towards the line. That's right around 3 yards.
That's the kind of run play that feels like tug-of-war at field day. And you're just not moving the other side. Just a short run. Neither side feels particularly good about it. And we'll move to the next.
Give on 2nd to Kamara. Gets it ahead, has about 5 yards. It was Reed Blankenship making the stop. 5 yards on the play. They could just do that again. 3rd and 2 coming up. Working out of the gun. It's Carr. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Just couldn't hang on through the contact. And that leaves them with a decision to make on 4th and short. Punt team on the field. And this somehow is only going to be our first punt of the game. And this one is crushed. Wow, beautiful punt here. That is going to go for 60 plus. And there was nobody down there to get it. Punt hit at the 7, but continues on into the end zone for a touchback. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Hurts. A dangerous throw, and he almost got burned by it. The interception dropped and incomplete on 1st down.
You know, there's not a lot of tight ends who are true weapons this far down the field. Not a lot of cover guys who can match up with them in terms of size. They tried to get it to him in a spot where he could win it. No connection to be made.
Getting out to his left. And he's going to be brought down up at the 28-yard line. Hurts to throw. And he let his man too much there, Brock. Incomplete. 4th down coming up.
You know, 3rd and short is a difficult one to call. Do you want to run into the teeth of a defense looking for that handoff, or try to throw it to him and use the element of surprise? Evidently, well, that's one they should have run instead.
Offense still staying out after the incompletion. They're going to try on 4th. Throwing here, Hurts. They can't connect as the coverage comes through with a 4th down stand.
Well, I think every analytics book out there, Kate, said you got to go for it. You're in 4-down territory, down a couple scores here in the 4th. But now it's all about the defense. Can the defense come with a quick turnaround?
You can almost hear the noise coming from the nearby French Quarter. And they're being just as loud inside Caesars Superdome here in New Orleans. Blake Gruffy out and ready to send this away. And here we go from New Orleans. Return starts from the goal line. Only manages to get this back to the 20 before he's taken down. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. Regs comes out throwing. Escapes the pocket. He's taking a shot on his... Oh, it's intercepted. What a start. Colson Adebo's got it. And the Saints have an early opportunity after the interception on the game's first series. Oh, baby, this stadium was already loud to start this game, Brock, but that play, it's in an absolute uproar now.
And the one thing you want to do as an opposing team is quiet the crowd, especially as a quarterback. It's your job to quiet that home crowd, but an interception, well, it does nothing but add fuel to the fire. A fever pitch now as the offense takes the field, looking for an early lead.
Carr starting with a throw. Taken in by Hill, right side. He gets forward, and that's about 4 yards. Avonte Maddox up for that tackle. Second and 6 coming up here. Carr here from the gun. Made the throw as he was getting hit, Brock, and it's incomplete. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. From the shotgun, Carr. He's on the move. And like an empty wrapper, he just throws that one away.
You know, that's an example right there where you just simply got to be on the same page with each other and get both ends of the play right to execute. They want that one back.
Mickatommy's kick is good. And that one is going to get them on the scoreboard.
Well, I know once that drive stalls out, that's where it really pays to have that reliable kicker on the sideline ready to bail you out. And he knocks that one right through to give him the lead.
And he's going to take this return out of bounds. And he steps out of the end zone, so they're going to start this drive at the 30. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Interception last drive doesn't deter them. They're going right back to the air. Taking a deep shot there on 1st down. Okay, no luck connecting. It's incomplete. This one misses the tight end. So 2nd down coming up. To throw, Hurts. It's another first half mistake. He's intercepted again. Picked off by Tyrann Mathieu. Okay, Brock, now back-to-back drives where they have picked him off. That's got to be a worrying trend for these coaches who know how integral the passing game is to their game plan and their success.
Those poker players, the best of them, when they figure out a tell, they know exactly how to beat their opponent. This defense right now, they're reading this quarterback like a book.
New set of downs for him from the 46. Carr with it on first. That's caught by Marquez Valdez-Scantling. And he'll be brought down at about the 29. They'll get 18 yards there. And that's good for a New Orleans first down. Throwing his Carr. Pass is caught at the 9. They get 19, and now they're going to have first and goal.
That is all-out effort, Kate, to make the catch. Putting his body on the line, diving for the ball. He earned that reception, and some more targets are clearly coming his way in the future.
They'll run with Kamara. And he gets them a little closer to the end zone, down to the 6. He'll get 3, but much work left for him on second and goal. Another shot for Kamara. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Only 2 on the carry there, and it's third and goal from the 4. The Saints calling for a timeout, their first. And after using an early one, 2 left for him to spend. So now, here's third and goal. Putting a receiver in motion. Third and goal, here's Carr. Forces that one, and it's intercepted. Darius Slay has it. He's off to the races. Hits the 20. And he takes this one back for the pick 6. Well, Brock, obviously an error on the quarterback's part to make that throw, right? But credit his effort to take that pick and turn it into an even bigger play.
And the race is on. After that ball is in your hand, now it's on you as that returner to get out in front of those offensive players before they can react, change direction, and ultimately track him down. The initial advantage always goes to the guy making the pick, and he took it to the house.
Now the Eagles ready to attempt a 2-point conversion. Getting right back to it after that interception. And this is caught as they hit the end zone for 2. All right, partner, it's only 1 extra point on the scoreboard, but come on. If you're the team who just turned it over, how much worse is it seeing them add on 2 there instead of just the extra point?
Oh, it stings. I don't think there's any question about it, because not only do you not execute offensively, your defense doesn't do it either. So you kind of just smack them both right in the face, and yeah, that one hurts a little bit more.
Well, Brock, hopefully some short memories on offense as they get it right back here on the kickoff after that pick 6. To return this, Rashid Shaheed. This return makes it up to the 25. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Carr trying again after the pick. Got his target. It's Hill. And it's a nice little chunk here, 6 yards. Cooper to Jean with the stop.
You get this big old dude like him in the slot, it's an automatic mismatch advantage. You're trading a little bit of speed, sure, but you sure do get a lot of size. And anytime he's in the slot, you got to assume the ball's going his way.
And we will not get another play. That's going to do it for the first quarter. Neither side separating much so far. Back to the Superdome of Caesar in just a bit. We're back for the second quarter. Saints in possession of the football. They're looking at 2nd and 4. From the 32. This one is tipped away and incomplete. Good positioning to make a play on it. That forces 3rd down.
Well, both ends of their defense nearly came away with a huge play. Another step, and they sacked the quarterback. But even still, the hit altered the throw and almost set up a takeaway.
Carr with it on 3rd and short. Taking a deep shot here. And disaster averted. He knocks away the deep ball, incomplete.
I don't fault the look downfield at all. I mean, that was just a situation there where it's a better defensive play than the offense executing.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. And a big hit on the return to stop him cold. New series coming up following the punt. And the Eagles will take possession. Ball at the 33 for 1st down. Trying to shake off the interception. He's looking to throw. Oh, brother, it's another interception. Willie Gay with the pick. And he's going to go. It's a pick 6. You get a pick 6. You get a pick 6. These defenses, Brock, wow, they have competed. Seeing who ends up with the best highlight of the game, huh?
A highlight? You're going to call a pick 6 and multiple? Highlight, Kate?
No, even if it's your defense doing it, come on, B-Rock.
No highlight for a quarterback.
Groupie's extra point is good. And the Saints take a slim 2-point lead. A quick chance at redemption after that pick 6 as it's sent away. And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Okay, the wide receiver is going to get it to begin the drive. And the defense not caught off guard at all. They track him down after a small gain.
Well, that's a tough one because you could see the beginnings of what looked like an explosive play. Let's give some credit here, Kate, to the defense. A great job to bottle him up before it came to fruition.
They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Tight end going in motion here. On second down, here's Barkley. And that's good for a gain of 5. That play wrapped up by DeMario Davis. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Hurts with it on 3rd and short. Barkley's got it. And he's brought down at the line. Offense in the hurry-up here. They send the tight end in motion. Hurts now on 4th. Escapes out to the left. That's incomplete on 4th down, and they'll turn over possession. So we're at the 2-minute warning here from the Superdome. And it's the Saints about set to begin their drive. First down, ball at the 36. They'll run the toss to Kamara. He gets it ahead, winds up with about 3. C.J. Gardner-Johnson there on the tackle. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7.
That's pretty good reaction time, Kate, right there from that defense. The flow to get to the edge and cut off that toss play. What could have been a big gain is kept to minimal yardage.
This is ahead for about 5. Brought down on the effort by Quinion Mitchell. 5 yards on the play. They could just do that again. 3rd and 2 coming up. They stay on the ground with Kamara. And he's going to be stopped at the 17-yard line. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the first down.
That's a BYOB. You got to be your own blocker. It would have taken the entire defense piling on to stop him from getting that first down. Well done.
And they've got themselves another 1st and 10. Another run for Kamara. And he's brought down for a loss. We have a timeout here. Second one taken by New Orleans. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half.
There is no thought needed from him. He has been doing this so long, dating back to college and high school. Those instincts, and they come at you with a capital I. Identify that run, fire downhill, and get home in the backfield before that play could get started.
Motioning the tight end now. Running right, it's Kamara. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
This coordinator tried to show some trust and belief in his offense. A run after a negative run? Well, you lose a lot of equity and belief in that coordinator. I don't think he's going to try a 3rd run after back-to-back negative losses.
Now, just before the break, a timeout taken by the offense. And they can try for some points going into the break. Only time left for one more snap, Brock, so they're going to run out their field goal unit. It's a 38-yard look here. Mickey-Tomney's kick is good. And that grows the lead to 5. So that's the halfway point of this edition of the NFL on EA Sports. Brock and I will be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Kate Scott, Brock Heward with you as we're about set to begin the 3rd quarter. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Brings in the kick at the 9. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. throw, right side, complete to start this drive.
As quarterback, when you have an out route versus man coverage, you're just hoping and just praying your offensive guy could turn the hips of that defender. And once you see that, you got to cut it loose and let it go, just as they did right there.
Halfway to the marker. It's 2nd and 5. From the gun, a give to Miller. And his drive forward halted after a couple of yards. Zach Bond with the tackle. Give him 2 on the run. That's going to set him up with 3rd and 4. Kamara running out of the gun. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line. Give him 8 yards on the play. And the Saints are going to have a first down.
Most of the people watching will forget about that play in a couple minutes, but the coaches won't forget. He has that filed away the next time he really needs to pick up a few yards.
Throwing on first down, it's Carr. We'll just huck this one into row C, and some lucky fan is going to haul in a heck of a souvenir.
You know, in the NFL, offensive-minded teams will call it a perfect Friday. They don't want the ball to hit the ground once. And especially on these short to intermediate throws, you've got to count on those being efficient and effective.
Second and 10, here's Carr. Oh, he put everything he had into that throw. Brought in inside the 20. And he flips the field for them before being taken down.
If only every completion could get that kind of result. That's good enough to knock a defense flat on its back.
Into the red zone after that big pickup. It's 1st and 10 from the 15. Running behind center with Kamara. And he runs into a wall there. Multiple defenders ready to stop him cold at the line. Call it no gain on that run, and they face 2nd and 10. Now a shotgun handoff to Miller. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
These stops, they don't always make the end-of-game highlight reels, but they absolutely should. The coaches and players know it. Offenses are always counting on yards on that type of run. And anytime it results in a loss, it could be a potential drive killer.
Wonder what's in the playbook here as they come up on 3rd and 11. They kick the running back in motion. Carr throwing on 3rd. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And the defense comes through to back him up ahead of 4th down.
I know we talk about rhythm a lot when it comes to music, but it's the same thing with a quarterback and his protection. This QB was in rhythm, but they knocked the notes out of him on that one.
So we hit the end of the 3rd quarter. The Saints have it with a lead. Not a big one, though, trying to carry it through. Here's an important kick now for Blake Grupe. It's 44 yards here from the left hash. Flying down the heart of the lane, and it's good! And they're going to grow their lead late, but still a one-score ball game.
So many of these players on the field, Kate, they just strive for consistency, but not the kickers. They strive for perfection, and so far, he's just that.
Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. He fields it from the 8. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Starting on the ground here with Barkley. And he drives into a pile of defenders and is stopped right at the line. The dose of the hurry-up offense here. 2nd and 10 now. This one snagged by Dallas Goedert. And he'll go down after pushing this up to the 29. 3rd and 6 for them to figure out now. Looking to throw. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. They haven't found it easy to score in this one, Brock, and physicality just like that, a big reason why.
And it usually is, Kate. I love defensive coordinators when they say, hey, it's not just what you see, it's what you hear. And you could hear the physicality of that knocking the ball loose.
Third down pass didn't work, but the offense staying out there on 4th. Looking to throw. And that one's going to be knocked away, and that's going to force a change in possession. So the defense rises to the challenge and gives the ball back to their offense.
Hey, I am all for aggression. You get 4 downs, go for it. But I do have to wonder here, Kate, after being denied once again, is there going to be a trust level on that sidelines to go for it the next time they get this shot?
Counter give to Kamara. And he gets a few on the plunge forward.
These are the kind of runs, Kate, that just soften up a defense. Keep working on them. Keep working on them. And eventually you're going to break one of those counters for even bigger yardage.
And off headed right, Kamara. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. So a timeout comes in. It looks like the defense using its first stops this game as we get close to our 2-minute warning. They come to the line here. This is 3rd and 6. Here's a give inside to Kamara. And they make the stop as that play reaches the 14-yard line. It's a pickup of 11. And that's good for a New Orleans first.
The first opened back in 1975. There's a look inside the iconic Caesars Superdome in downtown New Orleans. Just about set for football. Blake Groupie is ready to get us started.
And we are underway from the Superdome.
And we will not see a run back on the opening kickoff. This will be a touchback.
So 1st and 10 now from the 30. The first carry now. This is Alvin Kamara. Oh, a heck of a move.
Man.
And they're going to have this across midfield and inside the 45. A big hitter there. A first down gain of 26 yards.
I'm not sure exactly how they would phrase it in their own locker room, but that's a yardage grab right there. To be able to get that amount of yardage on the first play of the game and to change field position to the positive side, you got to love the way they're getting started.
So in Saints territory now. Here's 1st and 10 at the 44-yard line. Play action. Now it's Carr. And the Saints pressure gets him. Brought down for a sack. Pete Werner from his outside linebacker spot gets him down there for a loss of 4.
Well, you could almost see his eyes light up defensively. I mean, as a linebacker, that's about as quick as you can get to a quarterback.
So what did your 3rd grade teacher teach you about straight lines, right? As soon as you have those, you take full advantage of them. He found a gap in the offensive line, got to the quarterback, and put him on the deck.
Kamara up the middle. And he'll be taken down right around the 41-yard line.
But you got to give kudos to your offensive line and the guy carrying the ball because they were in a 2nd and long situation. It seemed pretty dire, but they brought it back to 3rd and manageable with that run.
Carr going to throw.
Oh, his first throw of the game going to be intercepted.
Picked off by the linebacker, Demario Davis.
And the Saints force the turnover. They'll take over at their own 27.
Well, not a good omen there. His first throw of the afternoon, intercepted.
And I know what the fans are thinking right now. I hope there's not negative thoughts in his head going forward since that's his first throw of the game. But one of the things I remember about him coming out of school is he's able to wipe things away pretty easily and move on.
And they'll get it up just short of the 45 at the 44. Successful start to the drive, 17 yards. It moves the sticks.
Well, I like the play design there. They occupied the defense downfield, everyone trying to account for someone. But unfortunately, they didn't account for the running back slipping out of the backfield. And he was absolutely unnoticed and wound up getting big yards on that play.
Carr now to throw. Got an open man. It's Valdez-Scantling. And taking it across midfield and inside the 45. Another nice gain. That's now 30 yards between those last 2 plays.
Of course, the catch was nice, but how about what happened after? Able to stay on his feet and gain all that additional yardage. So many of these slot guys, I think, have running back in their background.
It's a 6-yard pickup, and it gets them to 2nd and 4.
They've created a nice sustained drive off of plays like that. A nice strong run there. It keeps them advancing the ball.
Ball on the 36 now. Here's a 2nd and 4.
To throw, it's Carr. And this one's incomplete.
Not sure what happened there, but he just didn't get the right read on the coverage that time. Pass wasn't where it needed to be, and that'll send them back to the drawing board.
Now they face a 3rd down and 4 after that incompletion on 2nd down. Now Carr.
No, he tries to force it in, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Alontae Taylor.
And he's free going down the left side. It's a foot race. And he will take this one home. It's a touchdown.
Well, what a response by that defensive unit, Charles, because they just saw their offense throw the interception. They come out there, not only get an interception of their own, but they take it back for the touchdown.
I won't sing it because no one wants to hear that, but perhaps an early case of anything you can do, I can do better between these defenses. A lot of people came to expect the offense to light this game up, but so far, the defenses are stealing the show.
Groupie able to add the PAT.
And it's now a 7-0 game. So they'll get another shot on offense following that pick 6. And now the kick is away.
And we will not have a return. They'll bring this to the 30. Getting set for their next drive, the New Orleans offense. Now remember, they were just out here a moment ago through the pick 6, so we'll see if they can take better care of the football this go-around. Oh, right on the heels of the pick 6, another ball intercepted. And the Saints are going to get possession of the football as time will run out on this first quarter of play. After 7-0 on EA Sports. Ready for the second quarter from New Orleans. It's the Saints in possession as they get set to start their drive with a 1st and 10. They'll pound it up the middle with Kamara. Looking for a seam, but finding none. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Taken down by Pete Werner. Offensive line really didn't give him any room to maneuver on that play.
Things closed pretty quickly, didn't they? And how about the wrap-up at the end of that tackle? Left no doubt there would be no additional yardage to be found.
Now Carr. Gets this complete to Shaheed.
And past the 35, he'll be dropped a yard or 2 shy of the 30.
The catch and run there, good for 16 and a first.
And now the Saints are going to take a timeout on defense. They'll have 2 remaining as we step aside here in this second quarter. From the 32 now, here's 1st and 10. Now a handoff. Here's Kamara. And he'll be brought down at the 27-yard line. 5 yards is the tally on 1st down. That brings up 2nd and 5.
Brandon, 5 yards on that run. Let's get back to the huddle and make sure if you're a back, you spend time with your offensive line and give them credit. Hard to move those 300-plus pounders at the line of scrimmage, and they did for a significant chunk of yardage.
From the gun, it's Carr.
He'll get this one underneath to Kamara.
And down inside the 15, shy of the 10.
The Saints passing game in sync and moving the football. We are about 15 or so miles northwest of world-famous Miami Beach as we are set for football at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami.
Well, they don't call them the faithful for nothing, Brock. Fans numbering 70,000 strong have made the trek to Santa Clara, and they're ready to cheer on their 49ers here at Levi's Stadium. Blake Grupe out and ready to send this away. And off we go in Santa Clara. From his own end zone, here we go. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10. On the ground to begin the drive with McCaffrey. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
These edge defenders in the league today, Kate, they've got so much on their list to do. A huge to-do list. They got to get to the passer, they got to set an edge, and they got to stop that run game, not just on the end of the line, but in that case, right in the middle of the field.
2nd and 12 behind the sticks. Finds him over the middle. And he takes a shot near the marker, but it looks like he still has enough for that first down.
I can't tell you how nice it is to have a big, trustworthy tight end in the passing game. Such great size to have, and it forces those defenses to find a way to try to match up when they can't.
They've got first down from the 31. Running this one left. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
You know, for pitchers, you'll hear them say, gosh, you got to pitch this guy backwards. For defenses, you got to do the same at times, Kate. You just can't always run it on first. You got to mix in some high percentage pass plays. Otherwise, you're going to get hit right in the face for a loss just like that.
All right, here we go. 2nd down. Working out of the gun, it's Purdy. On target to his back, here's Christian McCaffrey. And he'll get it up to the 44. He picks up 15 on the play. And it brings up a San Francisco first down.
Simply part of the job description for any running back in today's game. You're out there, you're going to be one of your quarterback's most important safety valves. And you got to be ready for that check down at all times.
From the 44-yard line now, 1st and 10. Whiteout's getting involved in the ground game. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
Can I have a moment, Kate? Just a moment to marvel at how well they reacted to that play on defense. They were all over it from the start, getting behind the line to blow up a play that how many times do we see as highlight reel touchdowns going the other way?
Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now. Now Purdy. Caught by Deebo Samuel. And this is pushed ahead for a gain of 5. Brought down by Tyrann Mathieu. This drive in some serious trouble. It's 3rd and 12. From the gun is Purdy. He has the first over the middle. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They get 20 yards out of the play and move the chains. Offense executing early. New set of downs at the 38-yard line. A pitch to McCaffrey. And he's got it down to the 30 before going out. Good rip on first down. That brings up 2nd and 2. On the counter, McCaffrey. Still has room inside the 15. And he's all the way down to the 6-yard line. All right, still scoreless through 1 quarter, but that looks like it's going to change pretty soon. Couple of zeros on the board right now. Back to Levi's Stadium right after this. Time to get the 2nd quarter going. The 49ers set up inside the red zone. First down from the red zone. He's got it. Dives for the pylon, and that's a touchdown. The 49ers get the game's first points here in the 2nd. Christian McCaffrey, the touchdown. So the offense showing a slightly different dimension there, Brock. Getting the running back involved with his hands for the touchdown.
Yeah, such an advantage. I think when you think about it, Kate, it really is about the 80s where we start to see these running backs not just tote the ball as runners, but be real weapons when they get the ball in the passing game. Yeah. That's well done.
Out to kick it away. Here's Moody. No return as this bounces into the end zone. The ball's coming out to the 20. They're out and set. 1st and 10. Carr going to open with a pass here. That's caught by Marquez Valdez-Scantling. And he'll go down, and we'll say right at the 39-yard line. It goes as a gain of 19 yards. And the Saints are going to have a first down.
Part of the reason I leave you pregame, Kate, and get down to that field and watch these guys throw and catch is I want to see their timing. I want to see their anticipation. That is picture perfect right there. A crossing route thrown that quickly tells me these two are on the same page.
Carr with it on first. On the move, headed right. And he just gets rid of it. Knew he had a couple of plays left. Didn't want to take a risk there on first down.
The QBs today so adept at doing just this, buying themselves enough time and finding a target. The problem on this one, just not the throw he needed to make the completion.
So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. Back to the air. Carr. Catch made by Alvin Kamara. And they'll take him down at the 43-yard line.
That's a defense's goal, right, Kate? Just get us to third down so we can have a chance to get off the field. And that was a good adjustment on that stop in particular, when the back ended up being the target, and they were able to keep him short of the sticks.
Let's see what they draw up on a 3rd and 7. Throwing again, it's Carr. He's got Shaheed. And that will not be enough for a first down. We get a timeout here taken by the 49ers. That's going to be their first. And they'll have 2 left to work with here in the first half.
Here we go. Here's one of those game situations that just puts a smile on my face, because I can think from Pop Warner to the NFL, everybody on the field thinking the same thing. Can we go for it? Can we get one more shot as you end up just short on that 3rd down?
They only manage a yard, but that was enough as this drive rolls on.
One thing you cannot say, Kate, about this offense is they're not bold. That was a bold decision, one they trusted the big guys up front, and they moved the sticks.
They've reached midfield, Brock, and this new set of downs is going to begin the march into enemy territory. Man in motion here. Throwing on first down, it's Carr. Taken in by Shaheed. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. Eight yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down. Working out of the gun, it's Carr. Catch is made down the right sideline. And he'll get it down to the 24-yard line. San Francisco calls it second timeout. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half.
Kate, when you watch the combine, you'll watch guys try to make this throw. And without chemistry, it's so hard to execute. That was picture perfect. That's a QB and receiver on the same page, because that route, that deep out to the field, that takes just a different level of connectedness.
This one's taken in by Hill. And he's brought down for a loss. The 49ers will call their 3rd and final timeout, as they'll meet and decide what to do on this second down. Carr here from the gun. Completes this one to Hill. And he goes out approaching that 10-yard line. Give him 13 on that play. And that's good for a New Orleans first down.
Sometimes you're looking to push the ball down the field. But as I've said before, the crumbs lead to a cookie. And you never go broke taking a profit, and those big tight ends will often find you those easy check down yards.
From the red zone now. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. His first target doesn't lead to his first catch. And we'll see what they do here on second down.
Making it harder than it needs to be right there. Just get the catch first. Guarantee some yards. And then worry about escaping the defenders and getting upfield.
Couldn't connect on first. It's second down. This is Alvin Kamara with it. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. 6 yards the pickup there. That's going to bring up 3rd and 4. they'll play action with Carr. Forced out to his right. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Hit arrived as the ball did to break things up. And 4th and 4 coming up.
Defense doubled him, knowing that was where the pass was likely headed. A bit surprising. Quarterback still threw in that direction with how well that defense had that play covered.
Offense still staying out after the incompletion. They're going to try on 4th. From the shotgun, Carr. And he's touched as they pick up that first down on 4th. Now we're going to get an offensive timeout. That's their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. Going jumbo set on this 1st and goal. QB sneak coming. And he runs it across. Touchdown! The Saints earn the chance to tie before halftime. Derek Carr with the touchdown on a quarterback sneak to the end zone. The fact that they pulled that out on a 1st and goal, Brock, didn't wait for a later down. Gotta imagine that played a part in its success, don't you?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about it. It sure did, and I would have loved to seen those eyes in the huddle, right? When you call QB sneak and you look at those guys in the huddle, the big guys in particular, many times they will tell you with their body language, we're ready to go, and that group certainly was.
That one splits the uprights. And the Saints start off well to tie things 7-7. Here's Groupion now to handle the kickoff. Fielded at the 7. He stopped on the return at the 27. And even 20 seconds left at their disposal on the final drive of this half. First down throw by Purdy. And that's going to be incomplete. Still time for a couple of plays, though. 15 seconds left. Well-timed strike by that defender to knock it free. So that brings up 2nd down.
As a defense, you got to see the pass. You got to time up your hit, and you got to jar that ball loose. Not a lot of offensive players are hanging on to that one through a well-placed hit.
Back to the air on 2nd. Purdy. To the sideline and intercepted. No, it's incomplete. He had the pick. Just couldn't hang on, though. And this drive lives on to see 3rd down.
Gosh, you could just almost feel his eyes up here, Kate, getting huge, right? He was envisioning the return, and he simply dropped it. Got to secure that pick before you think of anything else.
On 3rd down, Purdy. He throws a bullet to the center of the field. And they don't connect there, so only 6 seconds remaining.
I'll tell you this, Kate, that's where you got to be on the same page with one another and get both ends of the play right to execute, both the protection and ultimately completing that ball. They certainly want that play call back.
Third down pass didn't work, but the offense staying out there on 4th. Back to throw it. He connects downfield on 4th. And he's down. Looks like they made the stop at the 46-yard line. We've reached the midway point of this contest. 2 quarters down and an exciting 2 to go. The NFL on EA Sports returns after this. Well, that first half, certainly an interesting one. Kate, Scott, Brock Ewart with you as we get back and see what the second half has in store for us. Who knows when the deciding moment will come. We're underway in the second half of a deadlocked game. To return this, Rashid Shaheed. He's got a lane up past the 30. And a great opportunity for this offense. He's out of bounds all the way up at the 40-yard line.
Well, we got ourselves quite a game today, a tie game coming into this third quarter. And what you're looking for is a little instant jolt of momentum coming out of the locker room. And that return might just be the spark that leads to that momentous fire.
The Saints enjoying some good field position to start this drive off. 1st and 10 coming up. Drive starts with a quick throw left, complete. And he's tackled for no gain.
And the defense was all over that throw, able to stop it right at the line. They could smell that one coming, and they sniffed it out in a hurry.
2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Shotgun snap, looking to throw. He throws a bullet deep to... That's grabbed inside the 30. And he'll get it down to the 24-yard line. It's a massive 35-yard pickup. 1st down.
Kate, I've probably seen a million balls thrown in my life, and maybe even more. From the time I was in high school all the way here to the pros, and over all these decades of watching guys throw it, and I'll tell you what, I never get tired of watching a laser like that.
Now they'll hit the line just outside the red zone following that big play. Carr now on 1st and 10. Chased out to his right. And he's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there. When you saw the field, it's going to be 2nd down. Carr. Got his target. It's Hill. And this almost ended worse, but he gets a yard out of it. Tackle made by Jair Brown. Drive in dire straits. It's 3rd and 9. Looking to throw, Carr. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose, incomplete. So they opt for the shorter pass later in the progression on that play, Brock, but man, the defense took that away too.
Well, what they tell us yesterday in those production meetings, nothing comes easy. No easy completions from shots down the field to those checkdowns to the running back. Wanted to make this offense earn everything, and they just did. I never saw a play script that ended with a field goal. It was always a touchdown that you wanted. But that's 3 points, and it's enough to give them the lead.
Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. He'll bring it out from the middle of the end zone. And he stopped him right as he gets up past the 15. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. They'll start the 2nd half with McCaffrey. And he's going to manage a lone yard on that drive up the gut. Brought down by Tyrann Mathieu. Only gets a yard there to make it 2nd and 9.
Well, no springing a big play on that one. It's just going to simply be used as a setup play, whether that's another run or eventually what I love, setting up a play-action pass off that counter action.
They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. From the gun is Purdy. This is reeled in by Juwan Jennings. They touch him down, but a great pickup, and it's good for a first. Handoff headed left to McCaffrey. And he gets it forward to steal about a yard out of that. Brought down by Tyrann Mathieu. Manages just a yard on first down. Now it's going to be 2nd and 9. So we're through 3 here. It's 49ers ball, and they're sort of in comeback mode here. They trail to start the 4th. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Now it's Purdy. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. That one intended for Brandon Ayuk. So now it's going to be 3rd and long.
Timing is everything in life. Timing is everything defensively. That throw was just a little bit late and gave the defense time to close, deliver a pop, and knock that ball loose.
No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Looking to throw. He has the first over the middle. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
Sure nice to see them looking for their tight ends in the passing game. Such great size to have out there. It really forces defenses to try to find a way to defend them along with everybody else.
Let's see how they attack this first down, Brock, from the 43. McCaffrey running between the tackles. And he'll dive for a little extra yardage, and he's down. Working quickly here. On 2nd down, here's McCaffrey. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
That's certainly a spot where you could be more aggressive, Kate, if you wanted to take your shots. But some coaches, even the bolder ones, will take the safe play first when they get it from time to time. No 3rd down required now.
They've got 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning left for them. We've got 1st and 10. Shotgun snap for Purdy. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Ball and defender arrived at the exact same time there. So it's 2nd down coming up. Purdy looking to throw. That's taken in by Samuel. And he's brought down at about that 27-yard line. They'll get 14 yards and a new set of downs. We've reached the 2-minute warning in Santa Clara. 49ers down by only 3. The drive picks up here, 1st and 10. shotgun, handoff to McCaffrey. And the middle holds. They don't get anything on the run. No gain there that time, and it's 2nd and 10.
When you rush the passer, it's kind of like tracking down a runner. That same pass, same athleticism comes to life. He looked pretty good hunting his prey right there.
2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Here he is to throw. That's brought in by Jennings. And they bring him down at the 18-yard line. We get a timeout here taken by the 49ers. That's going to be their first. And they'll take a moment to ponder what the call is going to be on 3rd down. On 3rd and short, McCaffrey. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. The Saints calling for a timeout, their first. And they still have 2 available for them as we approach the end of this game.
You know, Kate, these are not the plays that are like bold in the stat sheet when you look back on it. But these are the kind of gains by the running back that keep the offense on schedule and move the chains.
Going to the ground again on 1st. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. We have a timeout here. 2nd one taken by New Orleans. Still 1 more in their pocket to use. Halfway to the marker. It's 2nd and 5. They stick with McCaffrey. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage. The defense takes its 3rd and final timeout. And now they're powerless to stop that clock with a timeout at least.
Well, looky here. You don't even have to worry now about a 3rd down call as that run moves the sticks. Now that call you had ready, though, you can recycle it. Save it for later for that next 3rd down coming.
Got that chip shot in their back pocket to tie it. A chance at the lead here first, though. 1st and goal. McCaffrey gets them a couple there in a very good spot now with 2nd and goal from the 1. He has pushing for the end zone. And he lost the football. It's not loose. And this is going to be a turnover. The defense forces the big play.
That is such a gut punch as a quarterback.
It's a building that's meant so much to the city of New Orleans and all of its residents over the years. And our coverage of the NFL has brought us to it, Caesars Superdome. Jake Elliott is out ready to kick this one away. And here we go from New Orleans. And this will be a touchback, so we're going to need our first snap to see the first action of this game. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. Carr gonna open with a pass here. Has him on the quick hitter. Good little rip there. Looks like about 6. Nakobe Dean in on the tackle. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. From the 36. Falls to the ground out left, incomplete. Gonna have to wait a little longer for his first catch of the game. And now they need to get 4 on 3rd down.
That play right there, Kate, that just goes to show you can't take any completion for granted. Even some of the shortest passes in the game plan.
Putting the tight end in motion. Just got it away before the hit, but it doesn't matter. It's incomplete. 4th down coming up. Timeout taken by the Eagles. That's going to be their first. And after using an early one, 2 left for him to spend. Offense still staying out after the incompletion. They're going to try on 4th. Throwing again, it's Carr. That'll be the first and more. And they push this down to the opposing 47-yard line. One of their best play calls of this game, Brock. Nets them 17 yards on 4th down and gets them the first. Carr here from the gun. Got to him right as he threw it, and it falls to the ground. No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. Back to the air. Carr. Tried to float that one in, and defenders there for the interception. Picked off by Quinyon Mitchell. And the Eagles are off to a great start defensively. They force a turnover on the opening possession. So the first drive of the game ends not in points, Brock, but in an INT.
And I get it. Opening drives aren't always going to end up with points or a touchdown. Good thing, though, there's a lot of opportunities left to make up for that miscue and go get yourself back in rhythm and back on script.
Eagles in a good spot here as they come up to the line, 1st and 10. The Saints calling for a timeout, they're first. And after using an early one, 2 left for him to spend. Eagles in a good spot here as they come up to the line, 1st and 10. A play fake now hurts to throw. That's caught. It's Saquon Barkley. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory.
These intermediate gains, that's the wheelhouse for these two to connect on. Start the series off well. It sure keeps the defense on its toes in case they try to load up and just simply cover the receivers.
Oh, they're going option to the left side on second. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Any tackle for loss hurts, Kate, but they hurt that much more from a defensive back. Those guys typically are better in coverage, and you've got to find a way to make them miss in the backfield.
Hurts with it on 3rd and short. Complete beyond the marker. And they're going to haul him down a step before the 30, right at the 31. A 19-yard pickup, and that's going to move the chains.
You want to start a good debate sometime, Kate? Go in an NFL locker room and ask which position is the best athlete. The big guys, the left tackles will tell you it's them. The corners will tell you it's them. But I'll tell you what, these tight ends of today, the way they can run and break tackles and get in the open field, they truly are some of the best athletes on the team.
They run it with Saquon Barkley. And they sent it straight ahead, but the front stops him after a gain of 3. Offense up to the line fast. On the play fake, it's Hurts. Headed out right. Connects with the open man downfield. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. They got 24 yards on the play. And that will set up 1st and goal. All right, still scoreless through 1 quarter, but that looks like it's going to change pretty soon. Couple of zeros on the board right now. Back to the Superdome of Caesar in just a bit. We're back and excited to start the second. Eagles in a nice spot to put up points. The shot to the end zone is incomplete.
Quarterbacks, well, they're a lot like sharpshooters in the NBA. Sometimes they're just going to miss. You've got to shake it off and keep on firing.
So after the incomplete pass, here's 2nd and goal. And he's not going to reach the end zone. They bring him down at the 1. It's a gain of 3. That leaves him only a yard shy on 3rd and goal.
It may not show up as much on the old stat sheet, just a short little QB run, but what that does, Kate, is so important. Keeps that defense honest, and in particular, those defensive linemen, those cleats in the ground, they're not just coming after you in the pocket. Now they've got to think about you as a runner as well.
Moving quickly, trying to get set again. They'll run for it with Barkley. And he's in for the touchdown. The Eagles get the game's first points here in the second. Saquon Barkley, the touchdown. So, Brock, they take a gamble, and it pays off with a big touchdown on 4th and goal.
And they do it on the ground as well. And
flip to the kicker. Oh, he's running. And he can't make it in, so they get the game's first touchdown, but won't add another 2 onto it. Could have been 7 if they'd tried the point after, but instead, they only call on him to boot this away. To return this, Rashid Shaheed. Oh, baby, he gets rocked, and the they steal it back on the return. It's a Philadelphia touchdown. The Eagles finish off their opening drive. Welcome, football fans, to the birthplace of America, the city of brotherly love. The place where you'll find the best cheesesteak made in this country and some of the best football played inside of Lincoln Financial Field. Blake Grupe out and ready to send this away. And away we go at the link. And this will be a touchback, so we're going to need our first snap to see the first action of this game. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10. The Saints calling for a timeout, they're first. And after using an early one, 2 left for him to spend. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. Starting on the ground here with Barkley. And he powers through the middle for a gain of 4. Second and 6 coming up here. From the 34. He's got Smith. It looks like we can call it about 4 yards in the end. Sent to the ground by Pete Werner. Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 2. Shotgun snap for Hurts. Short pass brought in. And the tackle's made just beyond midfield at the 48. A nice gain of 13 yards as it brings up a first down. Hurts setting up to throw. This one snagged by Dallas Goedert. He's got a gain of 6 there. Brought down by Paulson Adebo.
Kid, I promise you, if you and I got to travel the country and watch young quarterbacks, even really good high school quarterbacks, out routes are the hardest to complete. Slants, goes, fades, all that stuff comes somewhat naturally, but really trusting yourself to throw that out route, that comes with time and experience.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Hurts throwing again. The pass falls incomplete, but was there a reason for it? We see a flag out there. Well, we knew it, Brock, and now they know it too. That one was on their defense. First and 10 for him now, following the penalty. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. Hits his running back. He's corralled after a modest 4-yard gain. Sent to the ground by Pete Werner. Second and 6 coming up here. Hurts now from the gun. This finds Smith. And he'll have a small 4-yard chunk there. That play wrapped up by Demario Davis. Third and just 2 to go. 63. Barkley trying this up the gut. And he'll get it down to the 24-yard line. They'll say he got 5 there, but Brock, all they care about is the first down that comes with it.
I don't know what it is, Kate, but I love third down runs. I really do. I know the receivers don't always like it because money down, they want the ball. But a third down run for a first down can be so demoralizing to that defense.
First down throwing for Hurts. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. That's Demario Davis. And the Saints force the turnover on the first series of this game. He was trying to fit it into a window in the zone coverage, but by the time he let it go, boy, Brock, that lane had closed, and someone was there to make a play on it.
Now, what you're trying to do in zone coverage defensively is make that quarterback see a window that isn't actually there. And as soon as he takes the bait and sends it over the middle, well, you got 1, 2, 3 defenders all there in range to go pick it off.
Kamara now on 1st and 10. And he gets him around 6 there. Darius Slay with the stop. A nice 6-yard pickup. They're going to have 2nd and 4. So through 1 this game, more for you defensive maestros out there. Couple of zeros on the board right now. We'll return to the link right after this. We're back for the second quarter. Saints in possession of the football. They have it 2nd down, well inside of field goal range. They stay on the ground with Kamara. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
His goal is pretty clear, Kate. Crash forward and then crash inside. Set that edge, but if you can come inside and bury that runner before it gets started, all the better.
So now here's 3rd and 5. Carr off the play fake. Buys time, rolling right. This one's taken in by Hill. And he takes this one nearly to the red zone before going out. They get 6 and a first down as well.
You know, Kate, they say a dog is a man's best friend. Well, a tight end that moves the chains on 3rd down, that's a QB's best friend.
They have themselves another 1st and 10. Here's a give inside to Kamara. And he's brought down, but there's some laundry on the field. Pretty easy call to make. He lined up offsides, and now he gets a talking to from his coach. A bit jumpy across the way there, and that halves the distance ahead of him on 1st down. They'll motion a tight end left. First down from the red zone. Buying some time left. It's caught left side by Hill. And he's going to be taken down near the 8-yard line. A nice pickup of 11 there, Brock, and they'll have first and goal to figure out.
Sure showed off some mobility on that play. Got outside the pocket and easily found an open man.
This offense in position now. It's first and goal. It's the 2-minute warning now from the link. The Saints driving ahead. 4 downs now to get in. Here's first and goal. They'll run with Kamara. And he only manages one. Couple of defenders there to bring him down. Timeout taken by the Eagles. That's going to be their first, as they'll meet and decide what to do on this second down. They go play action with Khan. He rolls to his right. And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And then brings up third down. They'll try him left side. And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, New Orleans. The Saints get some late points and the lead. Wow, how about the timing on that call? They catch him off guard, and it's an easy score on that wide receiver run.
That's exactly right. They crossed up the defense there, busted some tendencies. What a great call, and what great vision as a ball carrier. You don't always see that from wide receivers. That is a job well done.
Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. Fielded just shy of the end zone. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. They'll get this drive started. First and 10. Looking to throw here and shake off that previous INT. Looking to sideline. That's Goddard. And he takes this out after crossing the 45. Give him 24 on that play. And that's a Philadelphia first down. Great start to the drive. They're up in the neighborhood of midfield after just one play. On first down, Hurts. He fires one deep down the middle. It's another first half mistake. He's intercepted again. Picked off by Tyrann Mathieu. And the Saints take possession of the football at their own 20 after the turnover.
Well, obviously not the cleanest game with now 2 interceptions, but here's the key. This is where mental toughness for a quarterback becomes so critical. And frankly, why some of the best QBs playing today have baseball in their background, because you flush your mistakes. Okay, you strike out, you throw an interception, but you got to go get it in that next series. Got to put these interceptions behind and press forward ahead.
Completes this one to Hill. And he'll be out of bounds at his own 45. It's a 26-yard pickup there. And the Saints are going to have a first down. Just one play into this drive, and they're already sitting on their own 45. Carr with it on first. Escapes the pocket. And he just hucks this one away. Wasn't going to risk a throw or force something. It brings up second down. Working out of the gun, it's Carr. Toward the sideline, and he's got it. And he's out of bounds just short of the 30. It's a 24-yard gash, and it gives them the first down.
They've run this 12-yard out route, Kate, at the combine, well, all the way back to last century when I had to throw it. In this throw, this is a big boy throw. This is a differentiator. Can you make that deep out throw on time, on rhythm, and accurately? Well, that was teaching tape right there.
Running left, this is Kamara. And he's still looking for the play that sparks the ground game as that one stopped for a loss.
That's got to be so frustrating for the runner. You're fighting the good fight. You even ripped through a tackle to stay afloat, but the blocking can't buy you enough time or room to even get back to the line of scrimmage.
Now we're on the toss to Kamara. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
Well, it was bad enough that the previous run went backwards. You've got to have balance in this league. I mean, you really do. There's no chance offensively to find sustained success unless you present run and pass to a defense. And right now, this defense is owning your run game.
Throwing it just before halftime. Kamara's got it. And he's able to drive this to the 29 before the stop. So we're through 2 quarters now. Still a half of football to be played. We'll be back with more of the NFL on EA Sports. Back from the break, I'm Kate Scott, joined by Brock Heward, and we are just moments away from the beginning of our second half. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Return starts at the 3. Only manages to get this back to the 20 before he's taken down. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Here's Carr. He's got Shaheed. Pushing it up past the 30. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
So critical, Kate, on those receiver screens to get that ball out with great precision. You don't want that receiver thinking about anything but navigating the blocks in front of him. That's well done by everybody.
Ball at the 33 for first down. Running behind center with Kamara. We'll have him gain about a handful there. Nakobe Dean in on the tackle. Offense in the hurry up here. They give on second to Kamara. And he'll be brought down a step or 2 shy of midfield. They're going to mark him at the 48. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. First down, and they go right back to him. And he drives that front backward on a gain of 4. Working quickly here. Another run for Kamara. And he gets leveled just before he reaches the marker, and that hit prevents a first down. It's Kamara on 3rd down. And that short gain is enough for a new set of downs. Offense up to the line fast. Running right, it's Kamara. And he gets absolutely popped to end that one. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Takes the handoff, now to throw. Cut at the 10-yard line. And he gets the first just before he's tackled. Offense in the hurry up here. They motion the tight end over. Kamara has the New Orleans touchdown. The Saints grow the lead coming out of halftime. Alvin Kamara, the touchdown. Groupie to try the point after. And the kick is good. And the Saints double their lead to 14. Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. And no return as this bounces through the end zone for a touchback. First and 10 now from the 30. A play fake now hurts to throw. That one doesn't find its man. Incomplete. Was Devontae Smith the intended receiver? So it'll be second down. On the play fake, it's Hurts. Finds him on the crossing route. And he's out of bounds after pushing just past the 40. Give him 11 yards, Brock, and a fresh set of downs.
That was a whole lot of hoofing it all the way across the field before the two tight end and QB could find a window in that zone to get him the ball. He had to earn that catch in every single yard that came with it.
He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And he's brought down for a loss. Timeout taken by the Eagles. That's going to be their first. As that'll leave him with just 2 to use the rest of the way. This, our last play of the quarter. Shotgun snap for Hurts. And it's picked off, but, yep, pretty clear he was out of bounds, so no interception, incomplete. We'll see what they come up with for third down in just a bit. We've reached the end of 3. It's the Eagles in possession to start. They trail, but that lead is reachable. So after that prior incompletion, we've got third down. Hurts looking to throw. Complete beyond the marker. Down to the 10. And he gets in. Touchdown, Philadelphia. The Eagles now within 1 score in the 4th. Saquon Barkley the touchdown. A big spot for the Eagles now as they go for 2. They'll try to run it in. And he is stopped. Wow, a bit surprising after he just burned this defense. But he doesn't make it across, and the 2-point try fails. A lot's got to go right to tie this up now. Need a touchdown and a 2-point try, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, got to recover this kick. Oh, the Eagles are celebrating, and they did. They got that one back. Well, Brock, you can't blame him with how tough it is to recover an onside kick anymore. But he did hit it before it went 10 yards, so they had to throw the flag. Ball on the 45, first and 10. This is Kamara. And he's short of the first after a mild gain. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. A run now with Kamara. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They got 24 yards on the play. And that's good for a New Orleans first down.
I'll tell you what, Kay, one of the things I'm most proud of coming out of broadcast are my O-line buddies that will hit me up during the game and say thank you. Thank you for finally showing some love and giving some light to what those big boys are doing up front. I got to play with some of the best to do it. I got to see it up close and personal. Because of it, I'll never forget it. And they just showed up on that run.
Going to the ground again on first. And he's caught behind the line for a loss. Now before we reach the 2-minute warning, we've got a timeout. That's the second one used by the defense in this half.
You know how we hear about teams and quarterbacks avoid targeting a stud quarterback, just throwing away from him? Well, maybe they should avoid running it anywhere near this guy. He's having no issue stopping these plays cold.
Back to the line they go. It's second down. Run here with Kamara. And he will score. It's a New Orleans touchdown. The Saints have a commanding 14-point lead now in the fourth. Alvin Kamara, the touchdown. It's what every player who scores a touchdown wants to do, Brock. He wants to get right back there and put another 6 on the board.
I've never met an NFL player content with one end zone trip in a game.
Nope.
Yeah, if you're content, you're not making it to this league. You get one, you're instantly thinking of another, and the fortunate few are able to actually deliver on it.
That one right down the middle. And the Saints lead by 15 now. Here's Groupion now to handle the kickoff. And that one bounces through the end zone for a touchback. First and 10 now from the 30. From the pistol, Hurts. Catch is made down the right sideline. And he pushes this up to midfield before going out. An excellent gain, 20 yards there, and that's going to move the sticks.
I'll be honest with you, Kate. As you grow and develop as a quarterback, your arm gets stronger. These comebacks can be one of your favorite throws in your arsenal. Because if you trust yourself and you throw it before that defender breaks, you know there's yards to be had on the perimeter.
And that was probably their last gasp. It's intercepted. Picked off by Tyrann Mathieu. And the Saints get it back as he intercepts him for the second time this game.
There's some serious self-scouting going on right now. What is this quarterback not seeing?
20 miles west of downtown Dallas. One of the league's grand settings, AT&T Stadium in Arlington. We are ready, and so is Brandon Aubrey to kick this one off. And off we go from spectacular AT&T Stadium. And he's down at the 23, and that's where the offense will take over. Carr going to look to throw right away. That'll be caught. It's Alvin Kamara. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. Second down and 3. The shotgun. It's Carr. And he got rid of that one quickly before the receiver even knew what was going on. That's incomplete. Third down, 3 to go. Carr working out of the gun. That's going to be pulled in by Kamara. And a good short tackle right there. It stops him a good distance short of the marker. It sets up fourth down. They will indeed go as they look to throw. He's got his man. It's Hill. It's a gain of 10 as they get the conversion on fourth down. They'll come up first and 10 at the 40. Carr. He'll look underneath here and find Kamara. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple. Second down and 8. Now Carr. That one into the hands of Hill. And that's going to be a first down. A pickup of 9.
Offensively, landing a lot of body blows on this drive, Mike. Just the ability to steadily march the ball downfield and remain so efficient, both run and pass. As they continue to wear this defense out, they have to find a way to end this drive with points. Anything short of that would be a bit of a letdown.
First down throw for Carr. No one open. He'll drop it to his running back. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line.
There's this misconception out there, Mike, that in the NFL, you have to run the same amount of run plays as you do pass plays. And as you're seeing in this drive, you can fall on one side of that coin a little bit more as long as you're able to remain effective and efficient. So far, their passing game has dominated here early, and that last pickup leads to a first down.
On first and 10, Carr. The ball comes out. The Cowboys have it. In the pocket, looking to throw the ball, but the defense was looking right at the ball. They knock it away and come up with the turnover.
Mike, we see so often a quarterback is so focused, keeping his eyes down the field, looking for one of his receivers to work himself free, that they lose track of where the defenders are. And I think that's exactly what happened here. The defender closed on him quicker than he might have thought, knocks the ball loose, creating the takeaway.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. Right to the air is Prescott. The throw is going to be caught. And he'll be out of bounds, but down around the 15-yard line. Here's a carry for Dowdle. And he's taken down on what should be the final play of this first quarter. So, not much to speak of in terms of scoring in that first quarter of play. 0-0 is the score. We're back to Arlington in a moment. Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. A shotgun snap for Prescott. He's going to take a shot. Sends it down the middle. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down.
He's just unable to secure the catch through the contact, and really nice job timing that hit up by the defense. And at this point, all you can do is get up, get back.
That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by Demario Davis. And he's going to give his offense a short field to work with as they look for their first points of the game.
All right, Mike, at this point, am I allowed to call timeout? Because I would love to talk to both of these offenses. Listen, guys, ball security. Protecting the ball is the #1 rule in football. You got one side losing it on a fumble, the other side gives it right back with a pick. I mean, come on, guys. As an offensive guy, I want to see big plays. I want to see long drives, touchdowns. Not a game of hot potato bouncing the ball back and forth.
Valdez-Scantling on the move. On 1st down, Carr. He'll get this complete to his man out of the backfield. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line. They're at the 17-yard line now for 1st and 10. First carry now for Alvin Kamara. And a good run there. Going to get him 5 yards. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. They'll go again here with Kamara. And he's bottled up after a gain of a yard. Here's a 3rd down and 4. They'll go play action with Carr. Nowhere to go. He's going to be taken down. Micah Parsons, too tough to stop, gets in to bring him down.
They probably would have been better off just handing the ball off to the running back, Mike, because when they used him as a decoy, nobody fell for it. By the time he finished his fake and got his head around, The defense was all over him.
Here's Blake Groupie for the Saints. A field goal try. This one from 39 yards out. Groupie's kick is good. And the Saints will take a 3-0 lead. So after the field goal to open up the scoring, the kicker's back out for this kickoff. He fields it at the 8. He'll get across the 20, mark him at the 22-yard line. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10.
Hey, kill. We've got 47.
Pistol now for Prescott. Catch is made. That is Schoonmaker. An enviable spot to operate from. Here's 2nd and inches.
Here we go. I took 26.
On the ground, it's Dowdle. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one. Now Dowdle. He'll work his way ahead for a gain of about 4. Here's 2nd and 6. They'll run with Dowdle. Only a couple on that one. It'll set up 3rd down. From the shotgun, it's Dak. That's into the hands of the veteran Cooks. And he's going to get there. He got the first down, not by a whole lot, but that'll keep this drive rolling. And a good job following his blockers, a gain of 7. It'll be 2nd down. They'll stick with him again. He'll get about 2. That's Chase Young off the edge with the tackle. That's a timeout for Dallas. It's their 2nd, as they'll stop it with 17 seconds to go in half number 1. Third and a yard. So now the Saints will use the first of their 3 timeouts, as they'll stop it with 17 seconds to go in half number 1. They'll look to pick this up, 3rd and a yard. Operating from the gun, here's Dak. That's into the hands of Turpin. Call it a gain of 13. That's good for a Dallas first down. To throw is Prescott. Back to the sideline and intercepted. It's the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu.
So they're implementing a cover 2 system, and what that means is on the back end, Mike, your 2 safeties are going to split the field in half. They got to cover from the middle of the field all the way to the sideline. So they got to have range, they got to have great instincts, and then when they get a chance to get their hands on the ball, they got to be picks.
A gain of 4 as he's taken down. So just a lone field goal accounting for the scoring in the first half. 3-0 is our score. As we'll send you over to Orlando. Jonathan Coachman standing by. He's got the EA Sports halftime report. Coach. Coach, thanks. This one's still anyone's game. We'll see who can come out with the hot hand in this second half. About to get started. This taken in at the 8-yard line. He'll wind up getting this all the way to the 45-yard line. Set to go now on 1st and 10. In motion, Lamb. He's trying to get around the corner, but can't. Going to be run down behind the line. A completion, yes. A loss of yardage, yes as well. Second down, Prescott. That's 3. Third time tonight he's been intercepted. It's the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu. And he is going to bring this one back. A DB's dream. A pick-6 for touchdown. What a time for a pick-6 for the defense. As the other team is trying to get themselves right back in this one, the defense extends the margin with the pick-6.
Yeah, just a critical moment. You find yourself on defense, Mike, trying to hang on to this lead. And not only do you do that, you pick-6 them, and you're able to extend that lead.
And this is no good. He missed the extra point, and that will keep the score right where it is. After the touchdown, it's Groupie to kick this one away. On the return, here's Turpin. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. Prescott on first down. He's going to look for the home run ball. Still going. And they are not going to catch up to him. He will score. 74 yards. Touchdown, Dallas. Well, that is a quick drive and the best way to finish it. The touchdown pass downfield. Greg, you rarely see a deep shot like that to start a drive.
You're right, Mike. We don't see it a lot, but I wish we did. It's actually the most efficient and safest down to pass the ball. And in this case, the defense is thinking run, got a lot of defenders up in the box, and they're able to strike deep with a pass play for 6.
So now, after the touchdown, out is Aubrey to kick this one away. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. So they come to the line for first down and 10. Now Carr on the bootleg. The reception for Rashid Shaheed. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8. Here's 2nd and 2. They'll motion their tight end Johnson. And he will have the first down. Not a huge run, but enough to move the chains. Now a give, but here comes a reverse. And they'll have it across midfield, down at the opposing 46-yard line. They'll work the middle here with Kamara. Nice job finding the seam. Gain of about 9. Just a yard short of that first down. Second and a yard. In motion is Hill. They're going to go right back to Kamara. Space to run inside the 20. And they'll finally run him down, but not before he takes it inside the 15.
Big hole up the middle. The interior of this offensive line did a great job clearing some space. The back saw it quick, and he hit it. The next thing you know, he was in the secondary for a big pickup.
They can still get a first down at the 1. 1st and 10, they go from the 11. In motion is Hill. Now a toss, running left with Kamara. And he finds some space, tackled after a gain of 7 on first down. So these two teams take the long walk to the opposite end of the stadium. We've come to the end of the third quarter. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL on EA Sports. They'll put one of the tight ends in motion. And he'll be close to a first down. A gain of a couple as they mark him just short. This crowd into it now as we get to third down. In motion is Hill. Kamara going to try to pull his way in, and he's going to go backwards on that one. They take him down back at the 6-yard line.
Well, this seems pretty straightforward. 3rd and 1, just dial up a run play and run straight downhill, but This defense had other plans. They were ready and expecting that run, and they're able to take the ball carrier down for a loss.
And this one right down the middle. It's good. So it is still a one-score game, but a little more breathing room now. He made the field goal a moment ago. Now Groupie back out to kick it away. On the return, here's Turpin. And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard line. Here's 1st and 10. They'll begin here on the ground. And a good tackle out wide will hold them to a gain of just 3. Here is 2nd and 7. Back to the ground. He'll get it again. They'll mark him down up at the 44-yard line.
The best offensive play callers in the NFL, Mike, do a great job tying in their under-center run game, like we just saw here, with their under-center play action game. And the ability to make those two things look alike, man, it puts a lot of stress on the defense.
So, 2 minutes to play here in the second half. Greg and I back on EA Sports after this. Plenty of time, all 3 timeouts left. It's 1st and 10. He'll get this out to the left flat. And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down. He'll run. He'll get about 3. And that's going to lead to 3rd down. Big play in the game right here. It's 3rd down. They'll drop to throw. He'll get this one complete to Schoonmaker. A gain there of 11. 1st down, Cowboys.
I really like the urgency this offense is playing with in this 2-minute drill, Mike. They understand it's touchdown or bust on what very well may be the final possession of this game.
From the 39, here's a 1st and 10.
Here we go. Here we go, 46. Here we go, to 53.
They'll stick to the ground. And he'll work forward for about 4. It's 2nd down. Now Prescott. Cook's able to pull that one in. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line.
And with that completion, now they're down there in striking distance. They're in the red zone. You got to keep thinking, what is our best play? Our gotta-have-it play. And you need to dial that thing up right now.
Final minute, still 2 timeouts remaining as we get to 1st and 10. Prescott. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be second down.
Yeah, here we go. Wait, take.
Here's Prescott. This pass right side caught by Lamb. That's a timeout for Dallas. It's their second, and they'll stop it with a little over 30 left in the game.
Really well done here by the defense, Mike, executing this zone defense, and they've got to be able to pattern read. You're not just going to drop back to a spot and just play like a robot. Based on what the receivers do off the line, the defenders have different rules of where their zones move to. Well, they had that one dialed in right from the jump, and they were able to stop that play really before it got started.
The defense trying to come up with a stop on third down. And 9. Again, Prescott to the air. Here's a screen coming for Dowdle. And he looks to be a bit short of the line. And that is going to bring up fourth down. Cowboys going to use their third and final timeout. And they stop the clock with 24 seconds to go in the game. Here we go. This is fourth down. That's taken in. And this is a touchdown. They were not going to be denied.
EA Sports coverage of the NFL has us in downtown New Orleans at the Caesars Superdome. Glad you're with us. It's Blake Groupie to get this one started, and off we go here in New Orleans. And that's not going to be returned, as so many kicking teams elect to do. This is past the landing zone, and we'll start at the 30. So 1st and 10 now from the 30. They'll run for the first time with the speedster, Jahmyr Gibbs. And he'll be tackled just past the 35 at the 36. The game's first play produces 6 yards, brings up second down.
From the lineman to the guy running with it, that was a well-executed first down by the offense. With 2 shots left to get the first, you can get a little aggressive here on second down if you want and try for some bigger yardage.
Now Goff. Over the middle, and there's a diving catch. They'll get 17 that time, and the Lions have a first down. Out of the gun, they'll give to Gibbs. He'll take this to the 46.
Oh, that's a real nice job there by the defensive front. They just engaged and held their ground. But how about the guy who made the play? We often talk about whether they take a good first step or not. Many times you just don't take any step. Just get your feet moving, get your body going, and then once he made the read, he was able to make the play.
It's caught on the right side. Williams. And he is out of bounds, but not before he's inside the 30.
That's good for a first down, his second catch of the opening drive. That early game script that they drew up is working pretty well here on this first drive. Already in field goal range, Charles knocking on the door of the red zone.
You know, Brandon, when we met with the coaching staff, they kind of predicted that they would come out firing like this. I think you and I were a little skeptical it would be this easy, but they certainly knew what they were doing in scouting, in preparation, and understanding what their team was capable of. Well, that was his first target of the game, and it's going to take at least one more target to get him on the board. Took a nice substantial hit to jar that catch loose from him. Incomplete pass.
Got his man. It's Williams.
And down he goes, taking it inside the 10, just shy of the 5 at the 6. First and goal, a chance for an early statement here on the road. Goff throwing again. And that is incomplete. Oh, the coverage a little too good there, and it's second down.
Oh, they were so close. That close to their first points of the game. Just needed to hang on just a second longer, but he couldn't complete the process of the catch through the jostling from the defender.
They come up here with another shot from the 6-yard line, and it's second and goal now. Straight ahead with Gibbs here. And a minuscule gain of maybe a yard from the 6 to the 5. From the 5-yard line, will this opening drive yield 6? This is third and goal. Flushed out right. And that is caught. Touchdown, Detroit. Jared Goff to Amon-Ra St. Brown. And the Lions will jump on top with the game's first score here this afternoon. They gotta love that. 9-play drive results in 6 points.
That means they're doing the dictating. That means that they've described how the game's going to go. They're playing at their tempo, at their pace. If you're on the other side of the ball, if you're playing defense, defense is not methodical. They've got to go in there and shake things up and create a little havoc.
Out is the kickoff unit as they run up and send this one away. And no chance to see a return on the dynamic kickoff. They'll move this out to the 30-yard line. Carr going to lead the Saints up here, 1st and 10.
Right at the 30. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive.
They'll get this out to Kamara. And he'll get about 6 here before he is taken down rather rudely and abruptly.
They'd love to just strike back with a touchdown right here, and if it's a long play, so be it. But the main goal, get a couple of first downs, run some plays, run some clock, allow their defense to get a chance to catch their breath, settle down, and relax a little bit after they just gave up a score.
Got an open man. It's Valdez-Scantling. And able to get this one across the 45 before he's brought down.
10 yards, good for his Saints, first down.
Doesn't matter whether it's a zone coverage or man coverage, the drag route can be effective when it's run well.
Carr. On the check down, he finds Kamara.
And he got blown up. Losing yardage on the play back at the 44. After one, 7-0 on EA Sports. Second and 11.
Again, it's Carr.
And this throw incomplete. Now the defender all over him that time, but it's going to lead to third down.
Normally being a big-bodied receiver plays to their advantage downfield. Go up and make the catch, take the hit, and pick up yardage. But in this case, the hit was timed really well and popped it free from his grasp.
Throwing now is Carr. A hit as he throws there, incomplete.
One first down here, and that's all, folks. Good work by this defense to hold things in check and force a punting situation.
Oh, a big decision here early. Look at this. They're going to go for it on their own side of the field. They're indeed going for it as they look to throw. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And they're going to get this down to about the 37. A curious decision to go for it, but it pays off with a first down. That was a pretty good job by the defense, I thought, right? I mean, they had to go to their check down, but still were able to get it done for the first.
Agreed. Anytime you can force him to come back to a receiver that's a little bit shorter in the route, you've done your job on defense, but still, they pick up the first down and get a fresh set.
Huge fourth down conversion. They'll run it for the first time with Alvin Kamara. And not a whole lot of room to operate there on the first down run. He gets maybe 3. Here's 2nd and 7.
What now?
Again, it's Kamara. And nothing doing. He's immediately taken down at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play, and it's going to bring up a 3rd down.
Well done to sniff that out defensively. He had it diagnosed pretty quickly.
I love that description because diagnosed is perfect on that one. Read his keys, made the play, and he couldn't even get going moving the football.
An 8-play drive to this point. So here's play number 9 on 3rd and 7. To throw his Carr. Finding Taysom Hill complete. And he will be marked down short of the first as they get to him at the 29. Well, they'll say no to the 46-yard field goal try. They're going to go for it. Now Carr. Into double coverage, and it's intercepted. It's the linebacker, Alex Anzalone. And the Lions are going to get the ball back on the turnover as they hold on 4th down. Boy, he had to fit that into a pretty tight window over the middle. And, Charles, I think they were in zone defensively, weren't they?
They certainly were. Nice read on your part. And sometimes the quarterback isn't fooled between zone and man. Sometimes just fooled by the type of zone that he sees. Because oftentimes, those linebackers will vacate and run downfield with receivers. In this case, he played a pure zone and was in the wrong spot for the QB.
And they start things off with a carry by Gibbs here.
And he still has yet to get on track in this first half as they're going to stop him behind the line. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11.
It always helps when you get great run support from your safeties, and when you get one who can actually read the play and get upfield and shut it down before it gets going, it's exactly what you're looking for.
And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
It's funny, throughout the season, we keep hearing from different coaches and players about the so-called rules, and it's different for each position. But as a quarterback, throwing across your body is supposed to be a rule that you're not supposed to break, isn't it?
Yeah, and especially with a guy coming knocking you to the ground like that.
I think he was fortunate that didn't get intercepted, fell to the ground incomplete, but you got to really be careful about that one. Yeah, you can break it every now and then, but as a general rule, don't throw across your body. And that is how you respond after taking one on the chin to begin this game. Give up a first drive touchdown, go back out on defense, and completely shut them down to force a 3-and-out.
We'll call that a punt of 54 yards. Well struck. And the Saints will take over with a first down and 10. The Saints offense on the field, ready to get their drive started. And in a spot like this, still more than a minute, I think if you put something on the board before halftime, that would go a long way towards helping them get back into the game.
There actually is something to the psychology of the game at times, isn't there? How much better would they feel running into the locker room, as you noted, with something on the board in a positive fashion? You're exactly right. It's a great opportunity to get that done.
And a smart play there. He's probably saying, I wish I would have done that on the last drive instead of throwing the interception.
Now Carr, after the incomplete pass, brings him up 2nd and 10. Now a shotgun snap as they'll look to throw. Gets this complete to Shaheed. And he'll be out of bounds across the 30-yard line. They get 7 out of that, so they're left with a 3rd and 3.
I always laugh when people say, what's the toughest route to defend? And I'm like, any of them, especially if it's a good receiver. That makes things very difficult. But when you're running a drag route, something short, shallow, going through defenders, using guys almost as screens in order to get open, that makes things tough for guys trying to get to the football.
He's going to get that to his running back out of the backfield. The Saints going to call the first of their timeouts as they get the stoppage with just under 50 seconds remaining in half number 1.
Short yardage situation, you have to wonder if they thought that they were just going to run it inside, but you have to be cognizant of the back slipping out of the backfield trying to find some open space, and that's exactly what he does to the tune of a first down.
Now Carr. Buying time to his left. And he just gets rid of it. Throws it away. A wise move there. Looked like nobody open. Now 2nd down.
And that's the knowledge you gain from being in this league for a long time. He's learned the hard way when to give up and fight another down. And that's a smart move to throw it away.
Here's 2nd and 10. To throw, it's Carr. Steps away to his left. And he'll get this into the hands of Hill, complete. Now we'll get a quick timeout called by New Orleans, number 2, as the clock will stop with 34 seconds to go before halftime.
And that might be exactly what they needed to wake up this home crowd. They haven't given them much to cheer for so far, and never underestimate the effect the home crowd with you can have on a game.
So now then, the big play has them all the way inside the 30 now, 1st and 10.
Hey, 734.
Carr to throw again. That'll be taken in by Shaheed. And he'll go down right on the edge of the red zone following a pickup of about 7 or 8. A great job there, Charles, just to hold on, absorb that contact. I guess that's the risk you take catching the ball toward the middle of the field.
It is, and if you're going to gain yardage, you're going to have to go there at some point. But how about the read, okay? The eyes of that play, stepping out from the middle of the field and really making a big hit. Did not get free, but boy, that's a tough area to go into when you're going into his spot.
From the gun now on third down, Carr. And this is going to be intercepted. It's Brian Branch with it. And the Lions are going to take possession.
First opened in 1975, resurrected in 2006. We welcome you inside the Caesars Superdome, the home of the Saints, here in downtown New Orleans. The kicker, Blake Grupe, set to start it. And off we go from the Superdome. From a yard deep, he's going to bring it out. And he'll be out of bounds on the return. And the drive will begin there.
Anytime you find yourself on the road, you want to do anything you can early to establish yourself and quiet this crowd. And I'll tell you, there's no better way than to take the opening kickoff nearly all the way and set up your offense with great field position to start this game.
First and 10. Opening carry of the game for the versatile Christian McCaffrey. And a strong first down run, a pickup of 9, setting up second and short. Again, it's McCaffrey. He'll take this for a couple, but the official signal, he has enough. First down. Throwing is Purdy. That's caught. Christian McCaffrey. It'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3. They face second down and 7. Now, a handoff to McCaffrey. He'll try to get back to the line, but it's not happening. Gonna lose a yard. Got to get this to the 25. Here's third down. Shotgun snap to Purdy. He'll push it downfield. This one for Kittle.
This offense is doing everything they can to quiet this crowd, and even though they missed on that long attempt, at least it sets the tone that they're going to continue to attack. If they can come up with a completion on one of those downfield passes, it's going to go a long way to settling themselves into this game.
What a call on this opening drive. They're going to go for it on fourth down. Now Purdy. That's taken in. And they are in great shape. He's taken down inside the 10. Great chance to make an early statement here on the road. It is 1st and goal. And they'll run here with McCaffrey. He's going to lose yardage. How about the defense standing up in the red zone? They'll mark it at the 10.
A loss was definitely not something they had accounted or budgeted for in this spot. And now, I think it really limits. What do you feel comfortable dialing up here on 2nd and goal?
On 2nd down, Purdy. Samuel has it working the middle. They're at the 4, looking to get the game's first points. Here's 3rd and goal. Out of the gun, here's Purdy. And he's in. Christian McCaffrey. Touchdown, San Francisco. And they get the first points of the game. What a way to start it, Greg. You get the ball. It's what you want to do. Settle into this game on top 6-0.
Mike, how often do we have coaches tell us the importance of playing with the lead? Well, they come take the ball right away on the first drive, all the way down there and strike first. And now the rest of the way, let's see how it plays out.
7-0 is our score as this kick is sent into the air. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. Throwing at the start. Here's Carr. He lets one go. Looking for Shaheed. And he's going to take this one all the way. 70 yards. Touchdown, New Orleans. Blake Groupie comes on for the extra point. He gets it to go. The Saints come right back to tie it at 7. Each team one possession, each team a score. 7-7 as they kick it off. Now, here comes a return from the 9. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. A touchdown apiece here in the first quarter of play. Pair of 7s on the scoreboard. More from New Orleans after this. They'll run with McCaffrey to start this drive. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45.
Well, a really nice start here to the drive. Early down success. Every offensive coordinator is trying to find ways. How do we pick up first downs without having to get to 3rd down? We see it here. Big explosive run. Now the rest of the drive unfolds.
They'll go back to McCaffrey on 1st down. And the defense was ready for him this time. Did not have the same room to run. That one's no gain.
Just watch the speed of the pursuit out of this safety on this tackle, Mike. His ability to play from depth and attack the line of scrimmage and meet that ball carrier in the hole and keep him to no gain. You don't see a lot of safeties able to make that tackle in the open field. That's pretty impressive.
Purdy works out of the pistol. A hit as he threw, and the pass is incomplete. Trying to set up that screen, but the rush got there too quickly. It is 3rd and 10. Now Purdy. And that is incomplete. No move for the punt team. The offense staying out there for 4th down. They'll go with Purdy. A throw right side is intercepted. He gets 3. And he is going to score. A pick 6 for the touchdown. So they make the decision on 4th down to try to go for it. Instead, it goes back the other way for a pick 6.
Yeah, and anytime you go for it on 4th down, you're saying, hey, we don't mind rolling the dice and taking some chances. In this case, it backfires. The defense is able to capitalize, and they take it all the way back the other way.
After the touchdown, it's Groupie to kick this one away. And we'll see a return here from his own end zone. And he'll manage to get this back only to about the 20-yard line. Whole lot of extra muscle over there on the left side for this 1st and 10. To throw, Purdy. He'll find his open man. That's Brandon Ayuk. And he's got this up close to the 35-yard line. They run straight ahead with McCaffrey. And he'll be taken down as we tick down to the 2-minute warning. Here's a 2nd and 9. From the gun, it's Purdy. He'll push it downfield. This one for Kittle. And he will go all the way. George Kittle. Touchdown, 49ers. On is Moody to add the extra point. His kick is good. And the 49ers move out in front by a point. It's 14-13. So, following that touchdown, Moody is back out to kick it off. And this one is fielded in the end zone, will not be returned. So it'll come out to the 30. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. First carry now for Alvin Kamara. A hit, and he has lost the football. And fortunately, a Saint was able to get on it quick, so they're going to keep the ball.
Now, obviously, there's never a good time to fumble the ball. It's probably the thing that teams stress the most is ball security. But it makes it a little bit easier knowing that your own team was able to fall on top of it, and at least you can maintain possession.
Carr now on second down. He lets one go. Looking for Shaheed. That ball incomplete. Got the hands in there to break it up. Could have been a big gainer. Instead, it sets up a third down.
If you want to be a top-notch NFL DB, of course, yes, the athleticism is a given. But it's really, you have to be instinctive. The instincts are what allow you to maximize those physical skills, and you saw them on full display right here, leading in the big-time breakup.
Here's 3rd and 7. Shaheed in motion. Carr from the gun on 3rd down. Shaheed with the catch. Remember, he had the touchdown on the opening drive, and here on drive 2, he gets a first down with that catch.
And this is why most teams, Mike, decide to take the ball first after the halftime break, because they want to be able to control this middle 4. At the end of the first half, you can use your timeout. You can use some strategy to steal an extra possession. If they're able now to go down and come away with points, they'll have a chance to double it up again right after the halftime break.
In motion is Hill. On the ground for the first time, this is Alvin Kamara. And some space opens as he's brought down following a gain of 6. So now the Saints will use the first of their 3 timeouts. They get the stoppage with just over 50 seconds to play in this first half. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. In motion is Hill. They're going to go right back to Kamara. Gets to the edge at the 30. And he's going to be out of bounds, but they take it to the 20-yard line with that one. They get 24 on that one. First down, New Orleans. In motion is Hill. On first down, they'll stay with Kamara on the ground. Well, they weren't going to get him the second time with the same back. Defense all over that one. They stop him for no gain.
Running back looked a little unsure of himself on that carry there, Mike. You have to think back to that fumble earlier in the game. How much is that still weighing on his mind? He didn't really seem to attack that hole like we've seen in the past. He gets stopped for no gain.
Shaheed in motion. Quick throw out wide. It is complete.
In a lot of offenses, Mike, these quick passes to the wide receivers really fall under the run category. Of course, they're going to go down as a forward pass, but to a lot of offensive coordinators in the league, it's a lot easier to pick up first and second down yardage on these quicks than it is to turn around and hand it off to your running back and count on blocking everybody.
Here's a 3rd down and 4. In motion is Hill. On third down, here's a run by Kamara. So instead of going for the first down, in comes the field goal unit. Bit of a surprise here. This from 30 yards out. New Orleans, third and final timeout. Here's Blake Grupe for the Saints. A field goal try. This from 30 yards out. Grupe's kick is good. And the Saints get 3 here late in the first half to take the lead. Okay, Coach, thanks a bunch. We'll see which team's adjustment's going to pay dividends here. Likely going to play a big role in who wins this one. This is still anyone's ball game at this point. The difference is just 2 as we begin quarter number 3. This one will be taken in the end zone. No run back forthcoming. And the ball coming out to the 30-yard line. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. They'll start this one on the ground with Kamara. And that'll be good for about a half dozen. It'll set up 2nd down. They'll go again here with Kamara. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more.
These edge rushers, they are judged by their sack totals, Mike. They love to rush the passer. But they have responsibilities in the run game as well. Great job here, keeping it to no gain.
Here's a 3rd down and 4. From the shotgun, it's caught. That'll be caught. It's Alvin Kamara. And he's very close to a 1st down, but it doesn't look like he got there. And yes, they're going to mark him a yard short.
We see teams more and more throw the ball short of the sticks on 3rd down, really for 2 reasons. 1, they're confident that they can pick up the 1st down with yards after the catch. 2, teams' willingness to go for it on 4th down is at an all-time high.
They'll try to sneak it here. And he's going to have a Saints 1st down. Well, that was a tough couple of yards to pick up. But they convert on 4th and 1.
I love this call, Mike. You're basically asking yourself, can your offense beat this defense? And they know exactly what play is coming. And I'll tell you the answer, it's an emphatic yes. They run the quarterback sneak right up the gut, and they turn 4th down into a 1st.
On the give, this is Kamara. And that's the way you want to run it on 1st down. A gain of 7. Here's 2nd and 3 to go. In motion is Hill. On the handoff, it's Kamara. And he's going to have a 1st down. Good run down inside the 45-yard line. A give up the middle with Kamara. Able to make one man miss, but that's all. They get him. Take him down behind the line. After the loss of 3, it is 2nd and 13. Carr. And that'll be incomplete on what turns out to be the final play of this third quarter. So, 3 quarters have come and gone. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Third and long. In motion is Hill. And he'll just have to throw this one away. There was nowhere to go downfield. And now it's going to bring up a 4th down. The Saints will punt this one away. Back deep, it's Ricky Pearsall. And we will not have a return here. This one angled. An unbalanced look to the left here on 1st down. Purdy to throw. Trying to get away, but he will not. They finally run him down.
Certainly hasn't been their best game in terms of rushing the passer, but you find yourself with a lead here in the 4th quarter. No better time for that pass rush to come alive and see if they can close this game out.
Lost 1 on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. Out of a gun, it's Purdy. He'll find his tight end, Kittle, on the right side. A big play looming here. They need to convert. It is 3rd and inches. They'll try to run for it with McCaffrey. And he's going to have a Niners 1st down. At least at first glance, they'll spot the football just beyond the marker. They find a way to convert on 3rd and inches. Throwing from the gun is Purdy. Oh, he tried to swing it outside, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Willie Gay. The defense is having a day. They extend the lead with Greg their 2nd pick 6 of the game.
And that's just something you don't see very often. Mike, I mean, you might see a handful of games each year where there's 1 pick 6, but to get 2 pick 6s in the same game, this defense is on fire.
Now, an important extra point here to maybe salt this one away. He's got it. And the Saints will make it a 2-score game as they are now up 9. After the touchdown, it's Groupie to kick this one away. This one is fielded in the end zone, but he decides not to bring it out. So they'll take over at the 30-yard line. Wow, indecision right away. Delay of game to start this drive. Now whistles. Play clock at 0, and that'll cost them 5. To throw, it's Purdy. That's Ayuk with it on the left side. This has been a wild sequence. A big gainer there. Still not enough for the first down.
How fast things can flip. You find yourself in 1st and a mile after taking a penalty on 1st down. But that chunk play there in the passing game now gets them back in sequence with the chains and brings up a more manageable 2nd down.
And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield. All 3 timeouts, plus the 2-minute warning remain as we get set for 1st and 10. And it's complete to the sideline. Nice job getting both feet down inbounds.
The best guys I've been around, Mike, they have a sense where they can see the ball, but they can feel the sideline. And that's kind of an innate sense that these guys have that allows them to concentrate and secure the catch and ensuring that both feet remain in bounds.
Throwing again is Purdy. All alone is the tight end Kittle. And he's out of bounds, but not until he gets inside the 25-yard line. He's got a touchdown on the books from earlier, and that catch gets him a 1st down. Back to the air is Purdy. That is brought in at the 10. And he's going to be taken down, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning. Here is 1st and goal. They'll drop to throw. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be second down.
He's got to find a way to hold on to that one. I mean, you're right on the doorstep of the end zone. And listen, I understand that hit is coming. But guess what? That hit's coming whether you catch it or not. And you get paid to make the difficult catches. And I would classify that one as tough, but you got to make that catch. Give your team a chance to come away with this drive with some points.
Another shot at it from the 9. Second down and goal. And the back judge throws the flag. He looks at the ball, looks at the clock. Clock says 0. That's a delay of game. From a little further back, here's second and goal. Throwing again is Purdy. A short one there, caught by Kittle. And he'll be taken down, let's call it the 7-yard line. And here comes third and goal. To throw once more, it's Purdy. To the end zone, it's intercepted. Picked off by Willie Gay. And the Saints are going to take possession here. It's a touchback. They'll take over at the 20-yard line. Here's first and 10. It's a give now to Kamara. And a good tackle out wide will hold them to a gain of just 3. The Niners will use the first of their timeouts as they get it with just under a minute to go in this football game. They face second down and 7. Now a toss, running left with Kamara. And that's good run support on the edge. Nice tackle out wide. That'll hold them to a gain of 2. This one all but over. Here's third down. They'll run. It's Kamara. The Niners will use their third and final timeout. They get the stoppage with just under 50 seconds remaining here in the fourth. The Saints lining up in punt formation as they try to play the field position game here, protecting a fourth quarter lead. And he's going to be brought down after a short return, and that's where his team will get possession of the football. Here is first and 10. From the shotgun, it's Purdy. And he'll be taken down. They got him back at the 50-yard line. Now on second and long. Out of the gun, here's Purdy. And for the fourth time today, he has been intercepted. Picked off by Paulson Adebo.
And that should be the final dagger in this one. I mean, barring something dramatic happening here, Mike, I just don't think there's enough time or possessions left in this.
We are down on the bayou as you get a look inside the Caesars Superdome here in New Orleans. Glad you're with us. It's Blake Groupie to get this one started, and off we go here in New Orleans. And this opening dynamic kickoff not going to be returned. It'll come out to the 30-yard line. So 1st and 10 now from the 30. To throw at the outset, here's Hurts. And that is caught on the right sideline, but out of bounds, says the line judge. The throw took him a little too far. It's 2nd down.
And that certainly could be a sign of things to come because they're blitzing to start this ball game, and it works for them there as they force the incomplete pass.
2nd and 10. Throwing from the gun, it's Hurts. It's a short one here, complete to his tight end. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. The catch and run there, good for 16 and a first.
I know I spent a lot of time talking about how tight ends in a lot of cases now are pumped up wide receivers, but they're still big people. He used that frame right there to absorb a really big hit on him and held on to the ball.
Hurts. And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's 2nd down.
Have to give some credit to the defender on that when he read all of his keys perfectly and got a great break on the ball and able to force that incompletion.
Hurts sets up to throw it. And he'll be hit as he releases it, and that'll fall incomplete.
I can't help it. Every time I see an empty backfield, I almost revert to college football because that's an immediate alert for a quarterback draw. We don't see it as much in the NFL, and he stayed in the pocket and threw one incomplete. But I think if you've got a guy with wheels, it can be a really nice play because a lot of defenses, when they see empty, they come with pressure.
And without that protection, he took a hit there, went down to the ground. And this pass broken up. Excellent coverage there on 3rd down as that was not an easy one to hold on to.
And that's exactly what defenses talk about. You've got to find ways to get off the field when you can, especially on 3rd down. And 3rd down defense going to be vital in this game. Able to knock that one away and force a 4th down.
They're going on 4th down with Hurts. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he takes this one down almost all the way to the 30. 21 yards there. A big play on 4th down.
Brandon, I have one word for you after that completion for a 1st down.
Lucky?
Analytics.
Well, the analytics say you pumped the football there.
So we're changing to analytics as we go, right? What a big-time play for them. And really took a big-time chance.
Yeah, big-time first-half chance. And that one too far in front. He couldn't reel it in. It's incomplete.
This could be the start of a nice stand from this defense now after getting walked backwards on this drive. Come through with another one here, and you have them staring at a 3rd and long, and that puts the defense in a position to dictate to the offense.
Here's Hurts to throw. Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete.
Kind of a fine line when you're setting up the screen. You don't want to throw it too early and have the defense react too quickly. And you definitely don't want to throw it too late. And that way it's not formed perfectly. Got to make sure you hit it just right.
Throwing is Hurts. He's got his target. That's complete. And they move this all the way down to the 9. They're able to convert on 3rd down, and that sets up a 1st and goal.
That's a big conversion there on third down, and this has been a great opening drive. You know, at this point, they'd hate to settle for 3, but they've created a fresh set of downs and a first and goal.
First and goal, a chance for an early statement here on the road.
They'll look to throw again. It's complete to Brown, right side. And he'll take it into the end zone for an Eagles touchdown.
Jalen Hurts finding A.J. Brown. And the Eagles are on the board first here this afternoon. That was a really good opening drive on a number of fronts. 10 plays, very methodical, set the tone.
So you know right now, if you're on the defensive side of the ball, you're on the sideline saying, okay, what do we have to dial up in order to get off the field a lot faster? Because both sides are out there for 10 plays, but one side comes off energized, and the other side comes off with some questions.
And he takes this near the 25. Just a little pass there. Call it the 26. Carr going to lead the Saints up here first and 10
at their own 26. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive.
There's Chris Olave.
And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. Successful start to the drive, 17 yards. It moves the sticks.
Well, that certainly has to feel good. And it's not all the time that the play caller should get all the credit. Sometimes I think in the huddle, the quarterback just says, hey, who's going to make a play for me? I just need something right here. And the end result there, nice first down. Drive keeps moving.
Now a quick throw there, but it's going to be incomplete.
How about that? Red man coverage and decided to test them early. But they proved up to the task and forced the incompletion.
Now Carr, after the incomplete pass, brings him up 2nd and 10. They'll drop to throw. And he will not get away from the pressure here. Carr taken down.
Multiple players combined for their team's first sack of the game.
In every game we talk about what are going to be the keys as we go into it. Maybe that's a key for their defense today. Pressure the quarterback and make sure you play a good zone defense behind them, and they get their first sack of the contest.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. A hit as he throws there, incomplete.
From a city that's played host to 10 Super Bowls, here's a look inside the Superdome in New Orleans. Glad you're with us. It's Blake Groupie to get this one started, and off we go here in New Orleans. And that's not going to be returned, as so many kicking teams elect to do. This is past the landing zone, and we'll start at the 30.
So 1st and 10 now from the 30. Now a play fake. Here's Tagovailoa. Steps away. He throws it on the move, but can't connect as that falls incomplete.
I want to see more of them trying to get him the football out of the backfield. They love what he can do in open space, and they believe that he creates mismatches they can exploit.
Here's 2nd and 10. On the ground, this is Devon Achane.
He's brought down at the 34. Call it a gain of 4.
That 2nd down play call was not to pick up the 1st down. It was to accomplish what they did to get them into a manageable 3rd down because they had incompletion on 1st down, so they were behind the sticks, so to speak. They needed to make up some ground, and they did.
This defense looking for an early stop. This is 3rd down and 6. From the gun, it's Tua. Flush to his right. And this is caught right along the sideline. What a job of keeping the toes in bounds there. A big gain of 31 on 3rd down.
All right, Charles, let me put you in the head of one of those defenders out there. You have a big play like that go against you so early. What does that shake your confidence?
It shouldn't, but it often does because your thought process all during the week is how you're going to get after that offense and make your plays. And when they make one against you, makes you a little bit hesitant.
Time to regroup. Getting this out to the flat, Mostert.
And he is out of bounds inside the 30.
I like it, I like it, I like it. Get everyone involved in the passing game, and you know you can create those great mismatches throwing it to your guys out of the backfield.
And on the first drive, that can also help establish some rhythm, right?
I think so, and gets everyone involved. They feel like they're part of it, and really gets them amped up as they go forward.
So from the 26-yard line, here's 2nd down and 1.
And now the Saints are going to take a timeout on defense. They'll have 2 remaining as we step aside here in this first quarter.
Second down and a yard.
Looking to pass. Tua. Well, this is intercepted, intended for Hill. And he will take this across midfield and down to the 48-yard line.
Offensively, a far from ideal start there with a pick on the opening drive.
Yeah, not exactly what they were looking for. We know that. That's pretty obvious. The beauty, though, is it's happening early. If they don't panic, they don't compound this problem, they've got a long way to go and a chance to get back in it.
A first carry now. This is Alvin Kamara. 5 yards on the carry. Good pickup on first down.
Oh, that was a thing of beauty right there. Look at how quick those blockers fired off the line once the ball was snapped. That was an O-line on a mission, all in sync, and the defense is lucky that play only picked up 5 yards.
Now 2nd and 5.
In motion left goes a tight end.
2nd down, and it's Kamara again.
And he's dropped just before the line to gain. 4-yard pickup leaves him with 3rd and 1.
Well, if you're a football guy, that's a pretty run because everyone is in sync right there. Obviously, the guy carrying the ball, but how about the people up front? Leverage, athleticism, they created some nice space for him.
This is 3rd and 1. Very likely 4-down territory, even if they don't get it, though. Here's Kamara trying to run for it. And, boy, he is very close to a first down, but from where they're spotting that football, he's going to be a foot or so short.
They tried their best to pick up that 3rd and 1, but their surge wasn't enough to counteract what came back at them from the defensive side, was it?
Offensive line, especially in the middle, looked like they were on skates a little bit when that one started.
So now we bring up 4th and inches. This will be a critical call.
And he'll be touched out here, but not before he does pick up the first. They only got a couple, but a couple's all that they needed as they convert on fourth. So from the 36 now, 1st and 10. Now this time, Carl throw. And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
We'll put a check mark in the box where the defense coordinator was saying, how well can we stay with these receivers if we're in man coverage? Because he just did it on that one, forced the incompletion. That allowed him to get bolder with his pass rush, won't it?
Absolutely. Frees up your guys elsewhere. Kamara try the right side.
And a hard-working run here as he's got it inside the 20, down to the 17.
That good for 19 and a first down.
And that's a run that'll energize an offensive line. They'll take that one all day long. Fundamental breakdown by the defense. You've got to be able to make plays on the edge.
We're scoreless after one. Ready for the second quarter from New Orleans. It's the Saints in possession as they've got it with a 1st and 10. They'll pound it up the middle with Kamara. And this time they were ready for him as they'll stop him right at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. It'll be 2nd down. And as a defensive end, getting off the ball quickly, swarming to the football, making a tackle, that's what we saw right there.
Yeah, that's what their job is. And really, a lot of the time, they have to throttle back a little bit in the run game because you know those defensive ends, they're like in a sprinter stance. They're just headed straight for the quarterback. That was good recognition on that play to hold them to no gain.
Call it a gain of 4, and it'll leave them with a 3rd down and 6 to go.
They are in need of 6 yards here if they hope to move the chains.
Oh, a design run for their wideout. And so close, he gets it to the 1. Out of bounds right there. They're able to convert on 3rd down, and that sets up a 1st and goal.
But when we go back to our conversation with the defensive coordinator, that type of a play was not a surprise to him. He expected trickery in this game, yet somehow his defense, they still took the cheese and got caught in the mousetrap.
1st and goal, a chance to convert that early turnover into points.
And Carr's going to keep it himself. And he is in for the score. Touchdown, New Orleans.
The sneak successful from a yard out. And the Saints post the first points in the ballgame as they take the lead here in this 2nd quarter.
And this is something right out of the Philadelphia playbook. They were successful running this with Jalen Hurts. But this is a copycat league, so if it works for them, everyone thinks it'll probably work for us. And here, it does.
A point after, good by Groupie.
And that makes the score 7-0.
After the touchdown, here's Groupie to kick this one away. Washington now brings this out. And he probably wishes he would have sat on that one. Instead, he's only able to get this up beyond the 15-yard line. The Dolphins at the line ready for their next drive. They had the interception last time. It led to the opening touchdown. So now 7-0 to score as they start 1st and 10. It's a 6-yard pickup, and it gets them to 2nd and 4.
Well, it's time for them to be good teammates right here. And what I mean by that is possess the ball for a little while. Get at least 2 first downs. Give their defense a chance to settle down a little bit after they give up a touchdown.
Here's Tagovailoa to throw. This one thrown underneath to Achane. And he'll get this forward only for about a yard as that's going to take us to the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes on the clock, 2nd quarter, 7-0 ball game. They'll come up now 3rd and 3. Going to the air, Tagovailoa. And this pass broken up. And the contact well timed there, and now 4th down.
Well, they've moved the ball okay here in these first 2 drives, but this one's going to, again, amount to nothing. They've got to start dialing up some plays that allow them to finish drives with points.
Well, the offense is not leaving the field. They're going to stay out and go for it on 4th and 3. They'll go. Achane. And he's got the first as they'll bring him down at the 28-yard line. Oh, on the defensive side, that is so deflating.
Not only is it deflating, they've got to look in each other's eyes on that side of the ball and take each other's measure. You've got them backed up, perfect situation, and what they said to you on the other side is, we don't think you can stop us. Went ahead and got it in that position. That should never happen.
It's caught inside the 25. It's a big play there for Miami. 49 yards.
And what great recognition between a receiver and his quarterback, because he's going to recognize the trouble, and then he has 2 options. Cut off the route and come back to help, or head straight down the field, and he chooses the latter, and it turns into a huge play.
Now the Dolphins going to burn the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. 2nd and 5. Throwing now is Tagovailoa. Escaping the pressure right. And he will reach the 8-yard line before going out. Good work on the scamper by Tagovailoa. It's a first down.
Evident there that he learned his lesson from the last drive. No way he was going to force a throw that time. When nothing broke open, kept it, and ended up running for a first down himself.
They set up the screen. Achane has it. The Dolphins going to take their second timeout as they'll stop it with a little over 30 seconds to go in the first half of play. So they get pushed back to the 11, and here's 2nd and goal. Tua sets up to pass it. Being chased out left. And he takes this down to about the 2 before going out of bounds. That was the 9th play of the drive, and they pick up 9 yards with it.
I did like his decision-making there to make sure they picked up something instead of forcing a throw. Now they got more manageable play coming up to try and pick up the first down, and don't rule out the possibility that he just keeps it and runs again.
Bill going to go in motion right. Now they show jet sweep, but instead a run up the middle here. Well, this is going to depend on the spot, but I believe he might be a few inches short. Now the Dolphins will use the last of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 21 seconds to go here in the first half. And no move to take the offense on the field. They're going to stay out there and go for it on 4th and goal. They'll try it now with Mostert. And he'll take this into the end zone for a Dolphins touchdown. Raheem Mostert as the first half is winding down. And the Dolphins have a chance to tie the game here in the final seconds of the half. Extra point up and good by Sanders. And that is going to tie our game as we approach halftime. So not much time to speak of remaining in this first half as the kick's away. And not willing to risk a return. This ball's going to come out to the 30-yard line. Getting set for their next drive, the New Orleans offense.
And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively, offensively they want to play this.
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
Carr now to throw. Forced out wide. And seeing no options, he just tosses this one away incomplete. Now that'll bring up second down.
Well, congratulations to them. They come through defensively with another stop. And let's face it, this secondary, they've gone unchallenged so far in the first half.
Carr. He's got a man complete. And this offense going to elect to burn a timeout with 5 seconds remaining in quarter number 2. The final shot here before half for Carr. That's complete to his running back, Kamara. And brought down, but not before they're inside the 25. So we've hit intermission. It's halftime. This is the NFL, and it's a presentation of EA Sports. And we welcome you back live now inside the booth alongside Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gaudin, set and ready to rock for the third quarter. Set and ready to go for the second half. 1 touchdown apiece, 7-7 our score. The Saints offense on the field, ready to get their drive started. It's a tie football game here. What do you think, Charles, the message was at halftime?
Well, I think that they probably just looked at things and said, we're fortunate that this is a tie game. No need to panic. No need to change a whole lot. We didn't play anything close to our best in the first half, so we don't have to go out and win one for the Gipper. Let's just go out and play our best football and win one for us.
And he's got a good gain of 7 up to the 37.
That's a really nice job by them picking up the run blitz and detecting it and blocking it and turning it into a nice run. And a lot of times you think if you blitz a running play, you're going to smother it. But a lot of the blitzers, they come in a little bit high. They don't have great leverage, and they're easily blocked and turned to the side.
So from the 37, here's 2nd and 3. And they'll send the tight end in motion. They fake the handoff. Now Carr. This one to the right, caught by Valdez-Scantling. And he's able to get this to the 40-yard line before he's out of bounds. 23 yards the pickup there. So now 1st and 10 as they've crossed into Miami territory right at the 40. Kamara up the middle. And he'll cross over out of bounds right at the 25. 55 yards rushing now on 8 carries for him so far.
Now that was an excellent run. And when you see that happen, that's when you're seeing guys doing their job and then some people doing a little bit more. Offensive linemen and tight ends, they're expected to block. But the wide receivers, all they want to do is catch passes. So when they block on a big-time running play and create extra space, you've kind of hit the jackpot there.
In motion, the tight end. Staying on the ground on first with Kamara. And he'll maneuver his way forward for about 4. 2nd and 6.
Well, at the end of all that hitting and hollering, it was a 4-yard run, so the offense is going to go back to huddle and feel pretty good about themselves. Defensively, you have to feel okay because you didn't let it turn into a bigger run, but the goal, shut it down for 2 yards or less. That's when you start to feel good about yourselves.
A 10th carry for Kamara. And a couple of yards as they move it from the 21 to the 19.
Watching that play unfold and watching him complete it brought back memories of doing all those pursuit drills to make sure you don't
over-pursue and let a guy get a cutback lane on you. He did that very well.
You praised him on tape yesterday for the angles that he takes to the ball. Took a great angle right there. On third down, here's Kamara. And he'll have the first down, getting this one to the 14-yard line. Give him the third down conversion, 5 yards on the play.
A lot depended on the spot there, and he got it, but it wasn't by much, was it? I remember Coach Madden talking about, depending on which foot the official used, that would tell you whether you had the first down or not. You want that upfield foot to be the one that spots the ball, don't you?
And you and I have the luxury of a couple extra views here in the booth, and he did get it, but not by much. Now a first down carry. It's Kamara. He's going to get 4 out of this as he's down to the 10-yard line.
Not a run that you're going to write home about, but still a good first down run. That's what an offense calls staying on schedule. 3 to 4 yards on first down, you're set up very well for the rest of the drive.
And they'll send the tight end in motion here. They run it again with Kamara. And they go the wrong way on this one. Losing yardage back at the 12. So they'll get a little extra time to come up with his third down play as we've played 3 quarters. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. The offense on third down, they've been okay. 2 for 3 thus far. This is 3rd and 8. In motion goes the tight end. They'll run out of the gun with Kamara. And they corral him just a couple yards shy of the end zone. They're able to convert on third down, and that sets up a 1st and goal.
Well, sometimes, Brandon, there's just not a secret to how things get done. He's been running well all game long, and they continue to rely on him in this key situation.
They told us they were going to rely on him. They have. He comes through there, a big third down conversion. A field goal could get him the lead, but it might not be enough here as they come up on 1st and goal. Kamara is not going anywhere. He'll be hit and dropped for no gain at the 2-yard line. Nothing at all on that one. It'll be 2nd down. So stuffed from the 2. Now what?
You know me pretty well. What do you think I want here?
Play action?
Definitely. Let him get outside and create. And if he has to run it, he has a little bit more space.
Carr keeps it on the sneak. And he is over the line for another rushing touchdown.
Is he a quarterback or is he a tailback?
Derek Carr with his 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. And the Saints answer back with a touchdown of their own to break our tie and take the lead here in the 4th. Groupie able to add the PAT. And that makes the score 14-7. After the touchdown, here's Groupie to kick this one away. And we will not have a return. They'll bring this to the 30. First down Miami as they get set to start the drive. And now, after the touchdown a moment ago, they work from behind in a 7-point game in this 4th quarter. Plenty of time on the clock. And down he goes, but he takes it up to the 40. Give him 10 that time, escaping the danger, running with it, and picking up a 1st down.
Well, there you go. Save your best scramble of the day for a big-time situation in the fourth quarter, picking up the first.
You don't want to use it up early, right? You want to make sure you save it for that exact moment, that key time. And that's what he did, although you and I both know it wasn't planned that way. But what a nice...
This is caught inside the 15. And all the way in for a Miami touchdown. Tyreek Hill, 60 yards. And the Dolphins are an extra point away from tying this game here in the final minutes. Don't forget the extra point. It's up and good. And an important one that is, as we are all tied now early in this fourth quarter. Now this one setting up for a great finish. All tied in the fourth as the kick's away. A solid return, pretty good field position. They'll start at the 32. They'll come up 1st and 10 here. They start the drive on the ground. Kamara. Getting down to the good stuff. All tied with 2 minutes remaining on EA Sports. Here comes 2nd down. A man who's been busy this afternoon. It's Kamara again. And this winds up a pickup of 2, maybe 2.5 to about the 39. But not much on that run, Charles.
No, that's exactly the way to execute a run blitz there. They guessed correctly that they would move the ball on the ground. Honed in on it and stopped them. Mark that down for a win in the defense's column.
They'll come to the line. This is 3rd and 3. Now a toss. Kamara left side. And he'll go out of bounds, it appears, right at the 45. Missed tackles may doom this team.
I just had a bad flashback. That's why I'm sitting up here with you right now. You've got to tackle him inbounds. You've got to wrap him up.
Plenty of time. All 3 timeouts still remain. Here's 1st and 10 now. Again, it's Kamara. They're making steady progress, but I see your face. You're worried about that clock.
I'm worried about the clock, and at some point, you have to have a splash play in there as well.
Here comes 2nd down at 5. Toss wide side. This is Kamara. And there is nowhere for him to cut back as he's taken down in the backfield.
Short gain last 2 plays. Who do you think's excited about that?
Absolutely. This defense, they're saying go right ahead with those. A big play looming on 3rd down. They give it off here to the tight end. Oh, and he'll wind up losing yardage on the play. You cannot have that. And also, 4th down now. Now the Dolphins going to burn the first of their timeouts as they'll stop the clock with 12 seconds to go in the football game. Here comes the Saints punter now. And surprisingly, this is the first punt of the game for either team. It'll be a 39-yard punt, no return. And there'll be time for maybe one final play before we hit triple zeros.
Here's 1st and 10. Throwing Tua.
On the move to his left.
And going deep for Hill.
And a penalty flag comes in as that one winds up incomplete, but the contact is going to move the ball well downfield. So it all rests now on the right foot of Jason Sanders. And this one is right through. And it'll be a good time in South Beach tonight. The Dolphins have won the game.
What a finish in this one, Charles. You know, this group, they come in, they have to fight a hostile atmosphere every snap. They get the late score, they get the victory, and that flight home, it's going to be a little sweeter after this one.
And Brandon, just like you, I was fired up for that last sequence. How about that? Wouldn't you have loved to have been in the huddle when they were mounting that game-winning drive? Big-time moment. No one shied away from it. They tuned out the crowd, kept their heads, and executed the way they needed to earn that win.
And for Charles Davis and our entire crew here at EA Sports, I'm Brandon Gaudin saying so long, everybody.
Take a drive from downtown along Broad Street. You run into Lincoln Financial Field, the home of the Eagles here in South Philadelphia. The kicker, Blake Grupe, set to start it. And off we go from the link. To return is Kenneth Gainwell. And he'll be out of bounds on the return. And the drive will begin there. First and 10. First carry for Saquon Barkley. And he is hit behind the line of scrimmage. The defense with a statement on the game's first play.
I can tell you firsthand as an offensive guy, we never loved playing in the rain. I always felt like the defense had the advantage. They know it wasn't going to be much of a passing attack. Hard to handle the ball, a lot of turnovers. So they've got to have a lot of early focus offensively and try to get something on track.
On play action, Hurts. Oh, intercepted on the second play of the game. Picked off by Jordan Howden.
Well, that's certainly not what we were expecting to see, especially from a quarterback of this caliber. Opening drive turnover. And let's hope for their sake, Mike, this is not a sign of things to come the rest of the day.
The tight end Moreau is in motion. First carry now for Alvin Kamara. Finding room to the 20. And he's going to take this all the way home. Alvin Kamara, touchdown Saints.
It's not often in the NFL, Mike, that we see a run play result in a touchdown of this length. A lot of things have to go right. The right look by the defense, executing by the offensive line and all of your blockers. And then sometimes it's just, I got a better guy with the ball in my hand than you do on defense. And I think all of those things here were at play and results in a big touchdown.
Groupie able to add the extra point. The Saints will take a 7-0 lead. After the touchdown, it's Groupie to kick this one away. On the return, it's Kenneth Gainwell. And he'll bring it out to the 22-yard line. That's where the offense will take the field. On 1st and 10, it's Hurts. And that's complete to A.J. Brown. Loose inside the 30. And what an effort after the catch. He goes all the way. 78 yards. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Jake Elliott now for the extra point. He's got it. And the Eagles will tie things up at 7-7 here in the opening quarter. So back to level after the touchdown. And time for the kickoff. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. They'll start this one on the ground with Kamara. And he'll manage to get this ahead for a pickup of 5. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. They'll go again here with Kamara. He'll manage only about 3, so it will bring up 3rd down. In motion is Hill. He'll try and run for this with Kamara. Olave is the motion man. On 1st down, they'll stay with Kamara on the ground.
Penetration is the key to run defense. Stop the running back before he has a chance to get started. That's exactly how it played out here.
Lost 1 on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. They'll go play action with Carr. The reception for Rashid Shaheed. And they'll get this one down to the 35-yard line. Here's Kamara. That one never got started. Too much defensive pressure. They drop him in the backfield. After the loss of 3, it is 2nd and 13. Now a toss, running left with Kamara. And he's going to wind up losing yardage here. And that will take us to the end of the opening quarter of play. The last 2 runs go nowhere and sets up 3rd and very long. Now Carr. That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by their rookie corner.
I've been around certain quarterbacks, Mike, that loved throwing the ball in the rain, and other quarterbacks who were very uncomfortable. It looks like this one kind of got out of his hand, a little wonky, and that ball gets away from you just enough. It's going to end up falling into the wrong hands and go the other way.
They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. He'll start on the ground with Barkley. Room up the sideline at the 45. And he is out of bounds on the other side of midfield. Can't ask for much more. 22 yards on the first play of the drive. A shotgun snap now to Hurts. This is intercepted. Picked off by Alontae Taylor. And the Saints are going to get it back here just past the 35.
So this is where an offensive play caller needs to come to the rescue of his quarterback, because this defense, they're onto you. They've got 2 picks. They're starting to pick up on your tendencies. They're shifting guys over to counter them. Now you've got to add some wrinkles. Now you've got to throw them a curveball and try to shift back some of that advantage to your side of the ball.
On 1st down, they'll start out with Kamara. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45.
Well, there's not a whole lot of fancy going on here, Mike. This is just kind of old school, line up and run smash mouth football. It's exactly what they did, but it still ends up in a big gain, and he picks up the 1st down.
They're going to go right back to Kamara. And he'll bring this across midfield as this drive is taking shape. A gain of 7 on that one. Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. Here's a toss to the right for Kamara. It's a gain of 10 yards. It's good for a Saints 1st down.
Look how everybody moves in sync on this play, Mike. You have the linemen hitting their pull blocks, the guys on the outside working one-on-one. They clear just enough room to let them hit it, and next thing you know, picks up the first down.
Ball rests at the 37. It's 1st and 10. It's a give now to Kamara. And the defense was ready for him this time. Did not have the same room to run. That one's no gain.
Back to the drawing board for this run game, Mike. The offensive coordinator and his staff, they have to do a better job giving plays, giving opportunities to their offense to find success on the ground. Because right now, they have no answers for this defense.
We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. On the handoff, it's Kamara. And once again, they try the same runner. They get the same result. Back-to-back carries of no gain. Now it's 3rd down.
Coming off that edge, Mike, you have to quickly determine, is this a pass or is it a run? And once he realized it was a run, he's able to shed his blocker, make the play, no gain.
Carr from the gun on 3rd down.
Great reaction by the defense. At first, Mike, it looked like there was enough room out there for the quarterback to pick this one up himself. But they were able to rally to the ball, and I think the officials are going to mark him just short.
Here's Blake Grupe for the Saints, a field goal try. So the Eagles will use their first timeout here, as they'll stop it with 17 seconds to go in half number 1. The field goal unit on the sideline. They'll line up to go for it on 4th down. Carr working out of the gun. He's got his man. That's Olave. And he is going to have the Saints' first down. They find a way to convert on 4th and 10. A run here with Kamara. And he'll get forward for a couple. It's 2nd down. And the offense will take one here. Timeout with 6 left on the 2nd quarter clock. They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. They put Wilson in motion. On 2nd down, here's a run with Kamara. And he will get forward for about 5 yards. That sets up 3rd down. Here comes Blake Grupe for this field goal try. Here's a timeout for Philadelphia. That is their 2nd. The Saints now going to try a field goal here. Officially a 29-yard attempt. Grupe's kick is good. And the Saints will break our tie and take a 10-7 lead. Coach, thank you. And the rain only intensifying as the teams are back out here for what figures to be a sloppy second half to come. The rain not letting up. It continues to be a factor here as we get back underway in the second half. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. They'll start this one with a 3 tight end look. They'll work the middle here with Kamara. And he'll get about 6 there, setting up second down. Now a toss play with Kamara. Can he get away? No! He's taken down behind the line. Good job by the defense with a negative play.
That was just a race to the edge, and in this case, Mike, he just wasn't the winner. I mean, at this point, when the defense is out there waiting for you, it's tough for any runner in this league to even get back to the original line of scrimmage.
3rd and 9. In motion is Hill. Tight end going in motion here. On 3rd down, they'll set up to throw. Here's a screen coming for Kamara. Looking for room out on the edge. Not going to find it. As a matter of fact, I think they tracked him down behind the line of scrimmage. Good job by the defense, and it's 4th down. We're all set to kick this one away. They send Britton Covey back deep. And it's a very nice return. He has given the offense a short field. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. On the ground, this is Barkley. And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line.
You know, we spend a lot of time praising the running backs, and deservingly so. But oftentimes, it's a combination of the scheme and the big guys up front who make it work, and that's exactly what we saw here on the big pickup.
On 1st down, it's Hurts. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. The pass rush gets home, and he goes down.
Just can't seem to get anything going on every ensuing snap. They just continue to go backwards and backwards and backwards. They've got to find a way on 1st and 2nd down to stay ahead of the chains so 3rd down is not so daunting.
3rd and long for Hurts. And that is incomplete. On 4th down, it's Jake Elliott time for the Eagles. This one not going to get there. From distance, it is no good. And this is going to remain a 3-point game.
And this is the danger of trying these long field goals. Remember, Mike, if you miss, the other team gets the ball at the spot of the kick. So it's going to end up setting them up for great field position as they start this next drive.
In motion is Hill. On the handoff, running left, it's Kamara. It's a gain of 10. That's enough for a quick first down.
Pretty much just more of the same from what we saw with this back in the first half. And he doesn't need much. He gets a little bit of space, and then he can create the rest. It's the combination of patience, vision, and then the burst to hit the hole once he sees it. This guy's been a handful all day.
A give up the middle with Kamara. He'll move it ahead for about 3 yards. James Bradbury up from his corner spot to make the stop. Second and 7. So, points at a premium. Defensive battle so far as we are through 3. Back with more after the break. You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports. They face second down and 7. Now a give running left with Kamara. And he tries to get back to the line of scrimmage, but will not happen here. I think he's going to lose a yard.
This play here, Mike, is just all about the get-off of the defensive line. Watch how fast they go when that ball is snapped. Nowhere for this running back except to go down for a loss.
On third down, here's a run by Kamara.
You can always tell what a team's decision will be on fourth down, Mike, based on what they do on third down. In this case, unfortunately, they didn't get enough yards on the ground to make that fourth down more manageable. So I think they have to reconsider whether they go for it here.
So the Eagles will use their first time out here. We're about ready now for the punt, as they'll say no to the long field goal and hope to pin them deep. And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback and will come out to the 20-yard line. Here's first and 10. From the shotgun, it's Hurts. His throw on first down is going to be incomplete.
Just didn't quite get enough into that ball. You see sometimes the pressure, the rush, force a quarterback to throw the ball off his back foot, and I think there was a little bit of that here at play. You have to be willing to step up, even in the face of pressure, and get enough behind that ball to put that one a little bit more on the money.
Dotson, the man in motion. Now Jalen Hurts on second down. He'll be hit as he throws this time, and it's going to fall incomplete. And he might be fortunate just to avoid the sack, and it'll set up a third down.
This is one of those situations that plays directly into the hands of the defense, because think, Mike, they know this offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs. They clog up the back end. And at the end of the day, there's just nowhere for the offense to go with the ball.
First time they've looked his way all game long, but he comes through with the grab and a first down. Hurts again. That's complete to his big tight end, Dallas Goedert. And he'll be brought down just shy of midfield. First time they've looked his way all game long, but he comes through with the grab and a first down. So 2 minutes left to play in the second half. Greg and I back for the conclusion in a moment. A run with Barkley. Give him 10 more on that one. Just enough for another first down.
This is a clear example of a running back who really trusts his speed. He understands if he just holds his line towards the sideline, he's going to outrun most of the defenders on the field. That's exactly what he does. Picks up the first down before being forced out of bounds.
And that ball incomplete over the middle. He was looking for A.J. Brown that time, and it'll be second down. They'll drop to throw. Oh, he can't get rid of it, and he's taken down.
This is a great reminder of why it's so important to have great offensive tackles. When you get beat so fast off the edge, the quarterback has nowhere to go in the pocket to escape, and that's what happens.
He's got the 2021 Heisman winner. That's Devontae Smith.
This is a really popular concept on third down. It's good versus man, it's good versus zone. They call it mesh routes or drag routes. They want to create some traffic in the middle of the field and pop the receiver out the backside of the defense. They give credit to the defense. They were ready for it. They rallied to the ball and keeps him short from picking up the first down.
And he's going to have the Eagles first down as this defense can't come up with the play they need. They surrender a gain of 17 on fourth down. Now Hurts. Off he goes. And Hurts wisely going to slide after he's picked up the first down.
Initially, they do a really nice job of bringing pressure, but what you can't do anytime you're playing an athletic quarterback like this, Mike, is you can't let him escape the pocket. You got to keep him on his spot. Seemed like everybody was chasing their own sack instead of just rushing him as a unit.
Now a screen set up for Barkley. And he's going to be stopped at about the 4. Now the Eagles will use the last of their timeouts as they get it right at the 30-second mark of this fourth quarter. Second and goal. Man in motion is Smith. And that is not going to work out as planned. Maybe a tough spot to try to run a play like that. Either way, it's blown up back behind the line of scrimmage. They'll run with Barkley. And he'll be brought down there, and that'll put a wrap on this one. Time has expired in this fourth quarter. So this one a win for the visiting Saints. It was a game played in a driving rainstorm, but they would not let the field or the conditions deter them in any way. They're going to come away from here with a well-earned victory. So that'll just about do it for Greg Olson and our entire team. I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. With that, we say so long, everyone. EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to the Crescent City of New Orleans and the Caesars Superdome, the home of the Saints. The kicker, Blake Grupe, set to start it. And off we go from the Superdome. This kick is fielded in the end zone, but no move to bring it out. It's touchback, and that ball will come out to the 30-yard line. Set to go now on 1st and 10. That's Palmer, the man in motion. Right to the air. It's Mayfield. They try to set up the screen, but this one doomed from the start. It's incomplete.
Timing and trust. Critical elements of this quick passing game. If your target and the quarterback are not on the same page, it winds up being an incompletion and a wasted down.
They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. Out of the shotgun, Mayfield. And the reception for Chris Godwin. And they'll work this close to a first down, maybe just a tad short. Trying to avoid the early 3 and out. They face 3rd and a yard. Now a run with the rookie out of Oregon. And he's going to be brought down behind the line. This defense fired up to start the game. It'll bring up 4th down. They send Godwin in motion. They'll go. Mayfield. And he's going to have a Bucs first down. They'll get the conversion. It's a gain of 14.
These curl routes, he's been running these routes since he was a young kid in Pop Warner football, and I like to call it pulling the string. You've got the defender thinking you're going downfield, and you stick that foot in the ground, work back to the quarterback, friendly to the ball, and really nice job picking up the first down.
Baker gonna give it to Irving. And they'll take this down inside the 35.
When you go out and invest in a young guy like this to be part of your backfield's future, you got to find ways to get him involved early, and I think here's a case of doing just that.
They send Evans in motion. On 1st and 10, here's Baker. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down.
Up until that incompletion, they've done a really nice job on this drive, Mike, picking up fresh sets of downs. And typically, throwing the ball on 1st down is a great way to do it. But now they find themselves in 2nd and 10. Do you keep it in the air and try to get the first down here? Or is the idea to just make 3rd down manageable and take your chances picking up a key 3rd down? Sometimes there's just nowhere to go, right? We ask these running backs, Mike, to do a lot of work, find space, create something out of nothing. Well, this time, he was able to create nothing out of nothing.
Play 8 of the opening drive coming up, and now they face 3rd down. That's Palmer, the man in motion. Now a throw here. It's backwards. He might be. That's going to be intercepted in the end zone. Picked off by Paulson Adebo. And the Saints will get the ball at their own 17-yard line. So they come to the line for first down and 10. First carry now for Alvin Kamara. He'll bring this up to the 22. Levante David doing his work on defense. Here's a 2nd and 6. Shaheed in motion. They'll go again here with Kamara. And it'll be a pickup of 3. So 3rd down forthcoming. Play action now. It's caught. A throw on the move is caught. And he's taken down on what should be the final play of this first quarter. So that'll do it for a fast-moving first quarter of play. Nothing yet on the scoreboard. More from New Orleans after this. Now Kamara. He'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
Well, this play, Mike, was clearly about the job of this defensive line. Great job holding their ground, forcing these blockers to be stood up. Nowhere to go for this running back, and they hold him to no gain.
Now a 2nd down throw from Carr. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down. From the shotgun, it's Carr. Under pressure, and he'll go down. They got him.
Looked like a pass protection breakdown. They had 5 offensive linemen and a running back in the backfield. I promise you, somebody was assigned to that linebacker, but he timed the blitz perfectly. He ran through and was able to bring him down for a big sack.
And now here comes the punt team, as he'll hit this from just outside of his own goal line. Now fair catch will be taken out near the 35-yard line. First and 10 now from the 36. On the handoff, it's Irving. Changing direction there as he's able to pick up 3. On play action, Mayfield. And they get this one across midfield to the 47-yard line. 1st and 10. A give. This is Irving. And he's fighting to try to get back to the line of scrimmage, but will not do it. This is going to be a loss of a yard. Second and 11. From the gun, it's Mayfield. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. And he'll be hauled down at about the 35-yard line. Mayfield to throw on 1st and 10. That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by Willie Gay.
Well, Mike, once again, this drive, it ends the same way their last one did, walking off the field following an interception. Now, you're hoping this is more momentary struggle than it is a trend, but as hard as it is to do, they need to get calmed down. They need to reset because their offense cannot operate at a high level if they don't have confidence in this passing game.
In motion is Hill. On 1st down, they'll start out with Kamara. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that one.
Patience is a great quality of a running back. You have to wait for holes and gaps to develop. But in this case, Mike, he just kept waiting, and nothing ended up happening. No gain.
In motion is Hill. Open man, that's Marquez Valdez-Scantling. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up 3rd down. Carr. Open man is Shaheed. That's complete. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
I really like the rhythm that this offense has found. I mean, that 3rd down, that wasn't a layup by any means, but they made it look easy. Everybody was exactly where they needed to be. The quarterback did a nice job working through his progression, saying, okay, I understand this is zone defense. I understand where the limitations of the coverage are. I'm going to get to that spot on the field as fast as I can, deliver the ball, pick up the 1st down.
A very quick throw there, but not on the same page with his target. That's incomplete.
So as halftime looms, Mike, they have to find a way to capitalize on this drive right here and make sure they end the half with some sort of points. Now, that incompletion, not ideal, but at the very least, it stops the clock. Catch your breath, get back in the huddle, and this next play, it's got to be a gotta-have-it best play call.
Carr now on 2nd down. Hit as he throws, and it is incomplete. Just couldn't deliver that one the way he wanted to. Not really sure if there was much there anyways. We do know it'll be 3rd down.
I think you just rushed that decision just a little bit downfield. I mean, it's one thing to trust your guy to make a play in tight coverage, but I think if he was a little bit more patient in his progression, there was an easier throw out there that wouldn't make him have to throw such a tight window ball and put his receiver in a tight spot.
So, after 2 straight incompletions, here's 3rd and 10. In motion is Hill. He lets one go, looking for Shaheed. down on what will be the final play here in this first half. So no scoring as of yet. Nothing here at the break. As we'll head over to Orlando. Standing by there, Jonathan Coachman. He has the EA Sports halftime report. Coach. All right, Coach, thank you very much. These two offensive coordinators, they have been busy. What can they do to generate some offense in this second half to come? A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. Carr working out of the gun. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be second down. Back is Carr. He lets one go. Looking for Shaheed. That is caught. And he will take this one in. 70 yards. Touchdown, New Orleans. Blake Groupie comes on for the extra point. It's up and good. And the Saints will take a 7-0 lead. After the touchdown, it's Groupie to kick this one away. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. Mayfield to throw it here on first down. Open man, the tight end, straight down the field. Can't ask for much more. 22 yards on the first play of the drive.
Just seems like every year, Mike, the tight end position just continues to grow within the passing game and establishes a bigger and bigger role. And listen, I know I'm biased, but if you want to have a good passing game, you better have a good tight end.
On first down, here's Irving. Not much there, maybe a yard. Here's a 2nd and 9. Now Mayfield. He'll let it go deep left sideline. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing third down.
Doesn't get much better than that. Had he gotten there just a little bit earlier, he probably draws the flag a little late, and it's probably a touchdown.
Third down and 9. Here's Mayfield. That's caught. It's Evans. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Baker to throw. That's caught. It's Bucky Irving. It'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3. On 2nd down, Baker. Throw left side. Pulled in by Evans. And that's going to be a 1st down. A pickup of 9. To throw is Mayfield. And a good effort there defensively. It's knocked away and incomplete.
For the most part, he's been very accurate with the ball. I mean, he's completing over 60% of his passes, but because they haven't been able to get any big explosive plays, continue to push the ball downfield, hasn't really translated on the scoreboard just yet.
Throwing on 2nd down, Mayfield. Godwin working the right side. And he'll be taken down. Ball sitting at the 7. 1st and goal. Out of the shotgun, Mayfield. Taking off.
Quarterback does a nice job here sensing the pressure pretty quickly. Realizes he doesn't have a ton of time to operate from within the pocket. Decides to tuck the ball and rely on his legs. He's able to pick up a positive play.
Another one from the 5. 2nd down and goal. Baker going to hand it to White. Hard running close to the goal line, but they're going to mark him just short. 2 plays at their disposal, but they'd love to get it right here on 3rd and goal. And he will not get in. The defense stands their ground, pushes him back, and they force 4th down.
What can you say about the effort of this defense, Mike? I mean, they find themselves backed up their heels on their own goal line. And not only did they come up with a big 3rd down stop, they take them back for a loss. Brings up 4th down, and, wow, they got a chance to make a huge goal line stand.
He's got his big tight end. Cade Otton. Touchdown, Buccaneers.
So this is a simple case, Mike, of just let's make this easy. Let's just give my quarterback a big target in the end zone and just say, hey, big tight end, find space, get open, stay open, and I'm going to throw this ball through your chest, and you just got to hang on to it.
The kick is good, but there are penalty flags down. They might have made contact with the kicker too late. All even. 4th quarter, everything we've wanted. What's in store in the remaining time? And he will get cut down short, shy of the 20-yard line. Shaheed in motion. They'll start this one on the ground with Kamara. And he'll get this only to about the 20. Second down, 8 for the first down. Now, Carr. Under pressure, and down he goes. They got him. Two minutes remain in the fourth quarter. We'll come back and finish this one off after this. Punt team out, ready to send this one away. Important punt here in this tie game late. Oh, and now look at this. It's a fake. Oh, the coverage was great. They gave him no room to operate and made him pay for catching the ball.
I'm sure the coach wishes he could have just called a timeout, because from the moment they lined up in that punt formation, the defense was expecting fake. There was nowhere to go. That play was dead from the jump, and that's a big turn of events here in this one.
He's going to be hit and dropped right away. That's great coverage there. Winds up with nothing on the return. Here's first down. They'll drop to throw. And he got rid of that one quickly before the receiver even knew what was going on. That's incomplete. Chris Godwin, the receiver he was looking for. And it'll bring up second down. Here's Mayfield working from the... That ball intercepted. Picked off by Demario Davis.
So not a lot of yards on the return, Mike, but that's okay. The number one thing, end up with the ball in your hands. And in this case, mission accomplished, and his guys are headed off the field to celebrate.
On first down, Carr. His pass taken in by Shaheed. And they'll have it across midfield down at the opposing 46-yard line.
This is a tale as old as time, Mike. It seems that any time a team forces a takeaway, fumble, or interception, the ensuing drive starts with a shot, a deep play in the air to try to seize on some of that momentum. We just saw a great example of it here.
Now the Bucs will take their first timeout. They stop it here with just under 40 seconds to go in the game. They still have all three timeouts, and here we go with 1st and 10. Here's Kamara. And some space opens as he's brought down following a gain of 6. So now the Saints will use the first of their 3 timeouts, and they'll stop it with a little over 30 left in the game. Now, 2nd and 4. Valdez-Scantling on the move. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the first down. Saints going to use their 2nd timeout, and they stop it with 22 ticks left on the clock here in the 4th. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. Kamara. And he'll get about 5. Timeout here, Tampa Bay. That is their 2nd, as they get it with 16 seconds remaining on the clock. They'll come up now for 2nd down.
Right down.
They'll keep it on the ground. With good blocking leading the way, he's got the first down inside the 25. And now the timeout will be called, so they are in field goal range with 3 seconds left. So a pressure kick coming here for Blake Grupe. This to win the game. The Buccaneers forced to use their 3rd and final timeout. So a pressure kick coming here for Blake Grupe. This one he's got to have. This kick is good. So this one, a win for the Saints. They get themselves into field goal range for one final shot. Kicker delivers. They avoid overtime and come away with a 3-point victory. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olsen. For our entire team, I'm Mike Tirico. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. The Saints are winners, as we say so long from New Orleans.